video/podcast of all time. Now, for those of you who are new here, particularly those of you watching the VOD, I always make sure to include timestamps in the description below. I do cover a wide variety of topics, so if there's a topic you're not particularly interested in, feel free to skip it, or maybe you're looking for something specific. If not, I do recommend watching the entire thing so that you don't miss anything. And if you enjoy the podcast and you want to catch me while I'm live, I recommend subscribing with notifications on. Now then, let's get on to the live stream. So, where do we start? I guess, hello Osrin and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Now, for those of you who have been around for a little bit, as in you've seen at least one stream, one or more streams of mine, you may have noticed something a little bit different. That's right. I've got a new camera that I'm using, alright? It looks so much better, and it's not even lagging, alright? You can see me move around in 60 FPS. It's awesome. And not only that, but it works properly. I think I might turn down the sharpness a little bit. I'm not sure. I kind of like it where it is. But yeah, so yeah, big improvement in my opinion, because the camera I was using before, which was basically just my phone, was kind of unusable as a camera. So I'm glad I've finally gotten past that. I haven't slept in 3 days, insomnia moment, real? Why is that literally me? Oh my god, that's crazy. Now, before we talk about any of the YandereDev stuff, hello Rain Baroth and welcome to the stream. Yeah, anyways, hold on, let me put my, yeah. We are linked physically, Femyoz, you cannot deny it. Why? Because we're both sleep deprived at the same time? Wow, I mean, you do bring up a very good argument. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can't dispute it. Because, I mean, you make a good point. Anyways. Now, before we talk about any of the YandereDev stuff, why don't we talk about some new drama involving me? I'm so excited. Alright, and then we'll talk about the YandereDev stuff. Now, for those of you who are not aware, there was a particular individual that I reacted to on a live stream. She was a trans medicalist, and I decided, you know what, I have nothing better to talk about, so why don't I just shit on this random? Well, 2 days ago, she made a video on me. Now, I haven't seen it, so maybe it's an absolute masterpiece, or maybe it's the worst video ever. It's called, hold on one sec, my thing is, okay, here we go. It's called Crusty Femboy Tries to Attack My Channel and Drags Me Back to Transgender Hell. Well, goddamn. And it already has 688 views, even though she has 466 subscribers, I think is what it says. I have poor eyesight, I'm very sorry. So obviously the video is doing fairly well. Now, that being said, the maximum video quality for this, it is 720p. I'm not even joking. That is the absolute maximum quality, and I haven't seen it yet. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what she has to say about me.
The crusty femboy who laughed at the Cheetos face burning off and
yeah, based.
Some kid
who was in a live stream.
You mean as in the one thing that I've apologized for and disavowed that everybody brings up like 5 trillion times every single day, when in reality what happened is, okay, there was some kid that nuked my server, and then I basically leaked their face to roast them on a live stream, and then I deleted the live stream and apologized. Is that what you're referring to? I mean, if it is, then goddamn. That's, yeah, wow, okay.
Stream titled The Most Petty Stream I've Ever Done, that has since been deleted, proceeds to...
Oh, wow, I'm wearing a similar outfit. If not the same outfit. Oh, we haven't done a fit check yet. This is the, Oh boy, she's leeching off the drama? Yes, probably. Anyways, fit check. This one's a certified hood classic, not gonna lie. It's hell yeah. It's a W outfit, I guess you could say. And, you know what? That's what makes it so good. That's what makes it so good. Anyways, let's continue. I'm getting sidetracked.
Dox the child's face and entire DM history. The DMs include personal and emotional topics. Obviously, I'm not going to go into specifics here. What makes this all worse is that Femyoz claims he was being a good role model to the 14-year-old.
We're like kind of like friends, you know. We talk.
Oh
wow,
it's me.
You know, I'm like a good role model.
Oh, who's that cutie in the bottom right corner? They look awfully familiar. I'd smash
For this person.
Advocated for the harassment of the 14-year-old.
Except maybe now, I don't know.
I will say, the guy in the bottom right, their camera is shit, alright? Imagine having a shit camera. Couldn't be me.
If somebody wants to harass him, I don't care.
And kept doubling down.
Is she, okay. So she's just gonna play his video. So he's gonna do all the explaining, and she's just gonna play the video and then say stuff?
Even when chat told him that he was going too far.
Femyoz, this isn't a good idea, dude. I don't know what you mean. It's a great idea. You know, all you have to do to not have me leak your DMs is don't backstab me and don't be a lying sack of shit. That's all you have to do. Don't trauma dump and then have me trust you.
How long is this fucking segment? Alright, let's see. So the segment starts like 7 seconds in and goes on for, oh my fucking god. She's just playing other people's content. Alright, let's
You retarded.
Don't even mention he unironically said the hard R N-word.
No one gives it. Wait, unironically or ironically?
Retarded.
Don't even mention he unironically said.
Well, no. Well, okay. This was literally, oh my god, I've explained this 5 trillion times. People were mad at me for being friends with Jalen, and I was getting like 74 trillion DMs of people telling me that I'm not allowed to be friends with Jalen, and that I'm a bad person because she's an evil racist for you know, what she said to Izzy, even though Izzy was provoking her first, and she's already disavowed it. So people were saying, oh, you need to ban her from your Discord server for saying that. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. I don't give a shit. Now I'll say it. What do you want me to do now? Ban myself from my Discord server? So yeah, that was the point I was making. I probably wouldn't say it today, but that's because I've been in a shit ton of controversy. Jalen low-key based, high-key based, actually. The fuck did YandereDev do? We'll get into that, alright? First, we're gonna watch this video about me, alright?
Said the hard R N-word. Yeah, he's now after me. See, when it took me all but 5 minutes to find all of these things among a ton of other messed up things he's done, I think at that point it's just time to cut your losses and stop making commentary videos and go back to femboy hair tutorial ASMR.
So, alright, that's a good gag. That's a good meme.
It all started when, basically, YouTube, I guess, added this feature where it can suspend you from commenting for whatever wacky reason, which is stupid. I don't know why, but I guess they want it to be more like Twitter, which is complete cancer, obviously. And so I started by posting this, because I received this one time when I tried commenting. Commenting paused to protect the community. Bullshit, it's not protecting anyone from anything, alright? Comments are harmless, okay? I wasn't posting anybody's IP address. There was one individual, and they left a comment in response to this saying, rare YouTube W. And I'm like, well, that profile picture looks awfully familiar.
Who wouldn't remember this beautiful face?
Yeah. Okay. Yikes.
TLDR, he found my videos because I said rare YouTube W when he got his comment.
No, the thing is I had seen this person's channel before for something completely unrelated, and I don't think I've commented a single time on any of her videos. That was why I was confused by it. I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
Taken away. I only said that to piss him off, and also him getting just desserts is funny. But bro took my throwaway comment that you would find in literally...
No, I thought that she was worthy of being criticized regardless. I had actually considered talking about this person before she had left the comment, and then I kind of forgot about it, and then she basically inadvertently reminded me. So, yeah.
any comment section ever and turned a 2-second comment into a 2.5-hour reaction.
Yeah, no, it was definitely the comment, and it definitely had nothing to do with the content itself being complete and utter dog shit.
To my videos. 224, why I'm punching down today. I'm
Hell
pretty sure
yeah.
that punching down requires that you actually have the supporting numbers to overpower the other person.
Yes, because you mean as in... I love how you're showing comments from a Cheeto fans rather than your own fans. Again, I had already punched up, so yes, I'm obviously already gonna have a lot of hate comments. No fucking shit.
But most of your comments are just calling you a degenerate.
Yes, that's what happens when a large content creator makes a video talking shit about a small content creator. Wow, that's fucking crazy. It's almost like that's something that's happened.
And judging by the content of your character, I don't really think there is a down for you to punch to. So
Yes, there is. I did it for that entire stream, but okay.
even though you may have 3 times the
Also,
amount of subscribers that
I guess the one exception, the one person that's not an Cheeto fan would be, Paradian, whatever the fuck their name is. They're from the Minecraft PvP community. So okay. But they're dog shit. I think. I don't know. I don't even think I fought them.
I do, the number of people who actually support you is probably very low, and those people only support you because they don't know who you are.
Because no, it is the opposite. There are people that hate me until they watch my streams. There are people that start out by hate watching me, and then they realize, oh shit, they're actually not so bad after all. Because I need to make fun of somebody that I think should be a lol cow.
Saying I should be a lol cow is rich coming from you. You are
No, it's pretty accurate. I think I stand by that.
literally a lol cow in multiple communities.
Source?
You're friends with a racist religious bigot.
Ringo's also
What?
literally making the same jokes. Like, what the fuck you talking about?
No, we're not getting... I don't want this video to get taken
A lol
down.
cow in your own community. There are only 3 people in your chat that aren't here to just make fun of you. Plus, you literally walked out of the room for 2 minutes while my video...
Oh, hi, Ava. Why the fuck is the maximum quality of your video 720p 30 FPS? It's fucking awful. I stream at a higher quality. Like, this is the worst fucking Minecraft gameplay I've ever seen, alright? And if you don't believe me, you can go to my fucking Minecraft channel, lyreozmc, alright? And if you want to know what an example of good Minecraft gameplay is and what that looks like, go there, alright? Because I edit on my phone. Yeah, we can all fucking tell.
Video played uninterrupted.
Yeah, oh, okay, you're doing the same fucking argument as XQC did about H3. Yes, I played a video segment while I went to the bathroom, while I could still hear it through my headphones. And then guess what I did afterwards? I paused it and talked about it for an even longer period of time, so I don't want to hear that fucking shit. Literally the same argument as XQC. Yeah, we get it. We get it. My only personality. Now, there are a lot of people, alright? There are a lot of people that say, being transgender is my only personality trait. But oh boy, let me tell you. If there is one individual where that is the case, it's gonna be, I mean, that's all this person talks about, right? She mad you use the bathroom? Pretty much, yeah. I am 5'7" and 140 pounds. What about it? I'm confused. Ava, your content is whack? True. Oh my god. Yeah, like, just pirate Sony Vegas Pro 17. Idiot. That's what I did. Allegedly. Not saying I did it or didn't.
Transgender commentary channel talks about being transgender? What?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you have no personality, that becomes your personality, right? It's not just that you're talking about it, right? It's that you talk about it, and, you don't have any other semblance of a personality. Hello, Nelson Rodriguez, welcome to the stream. Yeah. Anyways.
What the fuck? Your entire channel is about being a femboy.
Yeah, except There's one key difference. There's one key difference. Can anybody take a guess as to what it is? I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with, it's like a word that starts with a P and ends in a Y. Can anybody guess what that word could possibly be? I don't know. It's truly a mystery.
Even have a GoFundMe for a maid outfit.
Yeah, that was actually meant to be like a meme, but then somebody bought me the maid outfit, so I did a maid outfit stream. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, don't forget the OnlyFans. There are literally
Yeah, the OnlyFans is also a meme.
2 videos that don't talk about being
No, there's more than 2 videos, I think. Hold on, let me... Okay, unless you count the, hold on, wait. Let me go to my channel. She might be correct. And also, most of the content on this channel isn't in the videos section, right? It's literally in the fucking live stream section, because I have so many past live streams now, as opposed to my upload schedule, which is awful. So I guess if you count... Okay, so let's see. I would not consider this to be a video about femboys, okay? The only reason I use this as the title is because it's like an ongoing series on my channel. But if you actually watched my videos, you would know that this is not actually about me being a femboy. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's about being trans, I guess. Alright, I won't count it. Okay, yeah, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, you are wrong. Alright, anyways, and then not to mention all the live streams. OnlyFans has its place true. I don't even post anything on my OnlyFans. Like, I just made it because I felt, just like, I wanted to have it so that I could say, oh yeah, subscribe to my OnlyFans. Because I think it's funny. Now, maybe at some point I actually do post there. I have no fucking idea. But right now I don't actually use it for anything. Other than, oh, I just want it to be the first link in my about section. Because I think it's funny. But okay, anyways.
a femboy, and only 4 that don't use the word
Wait, what? Oh, okay.
femboy in the title.
Wait, what does... Oh, okay.
And one of them is about a femboy 3 to...
Okay, no, this one is me exposing a predator, okay? This person in the thumbnail here is a predator, alright? So I was doing a good thing. That had nothing to do with being a femboy and everything to do with them being a predator.
File. Now, I don't believe someone finding a niche and branding themselves around it is a bad thing, but since Femyoz does think it's a bad thing, I believe...
No, I didn't say it was a bad thing. I just think it's funny that people tell me that it's a bad thing. And, oh, your only personality trait is that you're a femboy, or that you're trans. So I was basically just shitting on those people more than anybody else. It's like, okay, this person talks about one thing, and one thing only, right? And the one thing you do talk about, you do a shit job talking about it, alright? Believe it or not, but this is actually a variety channel. I have all sorts of different shit that I do here, right? It's just most of it is in the live stream format.
believe he should be holding himself to his same standard. Now, I'm not even gonna address, like, all the videos he's done. I'm only gonna do, like, one of them that he's watched, because most of the shit I don't even care about anymore. Like, I'm a VR chat e-girl now. I'm a whole
I mean, okay, congratulations, I guess.
different type of degenerate. This trans
Alright, that's fair
stuff
enough.
doesn't even matter. I'm just here for the same reason his chat is here, and that's to watch him make a fool of himself live on camera. Like, he's responding to my very first video where I called out one of my ex-Discord friends for being an idiot. Okay, so I'm...
Yeah, but I didn't know what the fuck that video was meant to be, so... okay.
roasting this 14-year-old girl.
Oh, it hurts to watch. Ah, yeah, let me roast a random 14-year-old girl.
Says you literally doxed one and threatened 2 more!
Yeah, okay.
No.
Okay, so there's one person that stole the username Femyoz and sent people pictures of dead babies while pretending to be me. Oh no, they're such a victim. Fucking hell. What was the other one? Oh yeah, someone threatened to get my channel terminated, and I threatened them back. It was one empty threat against another. And then the only one that okay, I sort of agree with you. I've been saying, yeah, that was bad that I did, and it was what, a face dox? You make it sound like I was like, whatever, leaking somebody's address. Now, I'm not saying what I did was good or justified, but it's like, holy shit. It's like I've heard the same thing 5 trillion times.
We were friends for a while on Discord.
I don't disagree that OnlyFans has its place. I think Markiplier doing the tasteful stuff is cool because it's art. Most girls are just doing it to be whores and destroy men's mental health. Okay, alright. I thought you said you were done saying the dumb shit that you've said up. I guess not. Nope. You still say dumb shit, alright? Unless you're saying that ironically. I mean, I hope.
Before they started
You are
saying
crusty, though? Yeah, maybe I need to put on some chapstick. Very sorry about that.
stupid things. Then I decided to make a video on it because it was funny. So in the last video, I talked about my thoughts on Hunter Schafer being canceled over her liking an honestly very necessary post. And
What?
I thought it would just be natural progression that I expand on what I said about non-binary people in that video.
Okay. What did you say? Get to the point.
Now, alright dude, calm down. Let's not forget who turned half an hour of content into a 2.5 hour live stream.
Yeah, well, the main difference is that when I say things for an extended period of time, I either say things that are of substance or some sort of value, or they provide some sort of entertainment value. Or I'm making, like, an actual argument, right? And keep in mind, this is in a podcast/live stream format, whereas yours was in a video format, all right? That's the difference, right? If you're doing a podcast, then yeah, you get to do that, right? But if you're doing a video, then maybe you don't get to do that as much, all right? I'm just saying. Again, it was a nitpick, but still.
No, the general consensus is that binary trans people are born with a brain structure similar to that of their identified sex, and
This tends to be the case on average, yeah, but it's not always the case. This is just talking about averages, right? There's gonna be some outliers. I don't think it's morally obligatory for the outliers to identify as the gender that their average, that their brain is closer to. Like, no, that's fucking stupid.
what is bro waffling about? Not matching their body causes distress, and transition alleviates that.
I mean, I was mainly talking about the fact that, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, that maybe on average, you know, this is the case. Maybe on average, non-binary people have a certain brain structure. Like, right? Like, I wasn't disagreeing with that, but I don't think that that's what the defining characteristic, right? That was what I was saying.
Stress.
First of all, there's 2 types of dysphoria, right? They're not mutually exclusive, and you can have both. You can have one, you can have the other. There's body dysphoria, and there's social dysphoria.
Who cares though? I'm using dysphoria.
Okay, but the topic of your video was trans issues, and you were talking about gender dysphoria as part of it. So yes, what I said was very relevant. But yeah, no, your best response is, who cares, even though this was literally the main topic in my video, okay?
As a blanket statement for both of them, because transition alleviates both of them.
Not necessarily. I mean, it does, on average, right? But you can still have dysphoria after transitioning, right? I mean, I don't know. It depends on who you are, I guess, and how bad your dysphoria is. But there are instances where it's like, okay, it alleviates most of your dysphoria, but maybe you still retain some of it, etc.
I've never heard of non-binary until around about 2016. Like, you were either a tom.
God, 2016 feels so recent and so long ago at the same time. It's like ancient, but also like it happened yesterday. It's very, oh god, I feel so fucking old, holy
boy,
shit.
Or as the preschoolers who I asked what a boy who is a girl is all those years ago, gay, or you were straight, or...
This is nothing. This is a terrible explanation. What? Can you get to the point?
What was I explaining? I was just adding a small story for humor based on a past experience. There's...
Ava, you funny bastard! Now, this is the comedy that, this is peak comedy right here. The funny story. You better believe we were all rolling on the floor laughing with that one.
There's nothing there for you to talk about. You don't need to be so jittery to hop on everything I say.
Like, non-binary didn't exist. I'm not sure what the issue.
Well, actually, yes, it did. There have been civilizations that have had, whatever, like 3 genders, you know, thousands of years ago. So, yes, it has been a thing that has been recognized in the past. It's just not something that's been recognized in our culture for a very long time. If it probably left the stream, yeah, probably.
Who gives a shit about 1,000-year-ago civilizations? We're
Okay, but you literally said that non-binary never existed. Well, it didn't never exist, right? It's not like you were treating it like, oh, it's like this new thing that popped out of thin air. It's like, no, this has existed for a long time now. It's just not something that's been recognized very much in our society until more recently, right? But at the end of the day, it's not like it's a brand new thing that has never been seen before in the history of mankind, alright? That's fucking insane.
here now. And non-binary is just a bastardized identity that nobody takes seriously and kids on TikTok co-opted just so they can call themselves something special. Plus these historical...
You don't think that it could be the case that there are people that just don't want to be forced to be categorized as one or the other? You think that maybe that's a possibility? Maybe there's somebody that doesn't want to have to pick one? And also keep in mind that accepting non-binary people benefits binary trans people, right? Because obviously, if non-binary people are accepted, that's going to help binary trans people be accepted if they are early in their transition, right? For instance, take me, for example. I might or might not be a binary trans person. I have no fucking idea. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm genuinely just non-binary. But if I'm not non-binary, this is like a stepping stone for me, if that's the case. And if there was no place in society that accepted non-binary people, I never would have started taking estrogen or anything like that. But okay.
Third gender roles were either for religious purposes, derogatory terms for feminine men or trans women, or there were separations due to unacceptance of nonconformity.
Issue with being a tomboy or gay is, like, I know someone who's a tomboy and she's super cool.
So wait, tomboys existing and non-binary people existing are mutually exclusive?
What?
Yeah, alright, that was a bit of a stretch from me. I'll give you that. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I never said
No, okay, I agree. That was bad faith from me. I'll
they
give
were
her that.
mutually exclusive. Well, I did a bit of research a while ago, and I came to the conclusion that, well...
Research is reading experiences from non-binary people. Yeah, no, fuck looking at peer-reviewed studies and shit. That shit's for pussies. We read anecdotal experiences, because that's the best research I can do.
Okay, hear me out. Let me cook here. So,
Alright, I was spitting straight facts.
diagnosing gender dysphoria is pretty much an anecdotal thing, like there aren't brain scans or whatever.
Yeah, but you do realize that individual experiences can be a part of broader data, right? So, sure, data can be comprised of anecdotal experiences, but you're not talking about anecdote at that point, right? Yeah, sure, every individual that is a part of a data set is going to have their own experiences, obviously, no fucking shit. But if we're talking about statistics, that's going to be a lot different, right? It's not just qualitative data or whatever the fuck, right? We're talking about quantitative data that is measurable in some way. Even if the way in which we measure it is arbitrary to an extent, it's still gonna be worth a lot more than just, oh, you know, I had like a trans friend one time, and then they said that they felt better after they, you know, did this thing. It's like, I don't care. I mean, I believe that happened, and sure, that's great that happened, and good for them, but I think a much stronger argument in favor of trans people is going to be one that uses actual statistics and data. I mean, I guess it depends on who you're arguing with, right? But I don't know, I find that actual scientific data is going to be a lot more compelling in general.
You can do to diagnose someone with gender dysphoria. It has to be told to a medical professional how you're feeling.
And then it's gonna line up with DSM-5 criteria.
Yeah, but you can still measure these things through statistics, right? As in, there's not just one singular individual, that gets diagnosed with gender dysphoria, right? There are ways in which we categorize and group these people, and look, I'm not an expert in the field of statistics, okay? But what I can say is that, yes, you can analyze these things through the lens of statistics. I'm not the right person to do it, admittedly. I'm not that smart when it comes to math. I'm not the worst, but still.
And then you get diagnosed. If that is anecdotal for actually diagnosing people, then me reading experience of people...
Okay, there is a difference between one single experience versus a large collective of people that have been diagnosed, right? And looking at, okay, how does this affect people on average, right? That's going to be a lot different from just one experience, right? There can be outliers, right? There are individual experiences, or whatever the fuck, of detransitioners as well, right? But you wouldn't say that, oh, well, because they said that was their experience, we get to extrapolate that onto all other trans people that go through gender-affirming care. It's like, no, you would agree that that's a fucking insane argument, right? Because it literally is an insane argument to make. But at the end of the day, if you want to simply say, oh, well, I go off of anecdotal experience, that would be just as valid of an argument. Now, I think that, okay, if you're talking to, say, a friend who doesn't know anything about trans issues or trans people, or maybe you're talking, sure, maybe then it has its place, right? Because you're not trying to, you get the point. I'm rambling.
Who identify a certain way to help form an understanding and opinion is totally okay.
I think, okay, what I will say is, sure, you could use it as like a starting point, but I don't think that anecdote is how we arrive at truth, or it's not how we should arrive at it, right? And frankly, we don't. Sure, sometimes maybe you accidentally do, or maybe sometimes it does work, right? But it doesn't always work. Some things aren't going to be intuitively obvious. Some things are not going to be, whatever. Like, there are going to be instances where it's better to just look at the actual science rather than anecdote, right?
Especially since this video is just me putting my current understanding out there, and to have the comments or another person elaborate.
Isn't that literally what I was doing, was elaborating and making counter-arguments and explaining why this is right, but also this is wrong? I mean, I don't know how much of it you watched, but if you watched the whole thing, you would know that most of my arguments are pretty nuanced, right?
That's why it's called I don't understand non-binary.
Yeah, okay. Your point, I can still criticize you for your perspective that you chose willingly to put on the internet. That wasn't even me trying to shit on you, for the most part. I thought it was worth talking about.
Not non-binary doesn't exist, here's why. But I wouldn't expect him to understand the point of my video, seeing as being constructive isn't something Femyoz seems to be very good at.
No, she definitely did not watch the entire thing.
But Femyoz doesn't even do his own research. He shits on me for making my own observations and doing my own research by reading people's experiences via anecdotal evidence. But Femyoz doesn't even do his own research.
What are you talking about?
Shits on me for making my own observations and doing...
Wait, when did I not do my own research? I have a research document.
My own research by reading people's experiences on something that is diagnosed based on criteria via anecdotal evidence. Yet he responds to my opinions and talks to chat by just saying shit with a ton of confidence but no source. And a lot of what he says is just objectively false.
Okay, what did I say that was objectively false? Give me a single example. Only reason we're above life on Earth, other life, I mean, that isn't human, is because we experience more consciousness, right? It tends to be the case that the more complex the organism is, the higher, the greater the extent to which they are conscious is. Sorry.
There are a lot of animals that can experience consciousness.
Wait, I never said the contrary. I was talking about the extent to which you were conscious. I don't disagree with that. I think you just misinterpreted what I said. Her evidence is literally Reddit threads, please fuck off, Lamau. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wow, yeah. I guarantee you it was. But she didn't want to say that because she knew that, oh, well, that sounds fucking retarded. So I'm just gonna say, I saw evidence and research. I researched. I'm not gonna say, you know, specifically, but yeah.
Some are pretty simple organisms, and some are smarter than humans.
Wait, what organism is smarter than humans?
Octopi have about 3 times the amount of protocatecherins, proteins which regulate nervous system development.
That doesn't mean that they're smarter than us. Okay, they have more complex nervous systems? What about it? And I agree that octopi are smart or whatever the fuck, right? But that doesn't mean that they experience more consciousness than us, or that they are smarter than us, right? Like, what?
They also have one main brain, and a brain in every arm. So saying that...
Yeah, but it's not about the amount of brain matter you have, or the number of brains you have, right? You could have 70 brains, but if each brain is worth less than a 70th of a human brain, then that's not gonna matter. It's still... Okay.
Humans are above all animals just because we're more complex is...
But they also die so fast, and dementia when they get old, because their system just breaks down. Yeah, I don't know too much about octopi, but that sounds correct.
wrong.
And you get dysphoria around not being androgynous, or...
But no, I did not say anything wrong.
the-
No, not necessarily. I don't... Again, your identity is not dictated by whether or not you have gender dysphoria, right? It could be the case
True.
that...
Okay, nope, I'm summarizing. He said some people have no dysphoria, but transition makes them happier, and others have
Yes, you can feel neutral before transitioning and happy after transition, right? That's something that can happen, believe it or not. It's crazy, I know.
mild dysphoria that they only recognize they had in hindsight. But in both cases, you have dysphoria. There is
No, that's not what dysphoria is. But okay.
some level of dissatisfaction with your birth sex.
No, you could be completely satisfied. Maybe not. I wouldn't use the word satisfied. You can be completely fine with your birth sex, and it's like a neutral or fine thing for you, or whatever the fuck. But you're even happier, if you transition. That is something that can happen. Why do people talk about this with no clue? I have no fucking idea. You know what? An octopus is probably smarter than her, so fair enough. That's true. That's true. The smartest octopus is absolutely smarter than the dumbest human, so. Octopi are far cleaner than a lot of humans. That could be the case.
But if you're at the point where you're considering medical transition, then why don't you just see a therapist and actually find out if you have gender dysphoria?
Wait, okay.
It's super irresponsible to go on hormones and just hope that it works out.
I mean, before I went on hormones, I didn't think that I had gender dysphoria. But I decided, fuck it. I want hormone treatment. Well, I guess I was considering the possibility in my mind. Maybe I do have dysphoria. And it's like, okay, from my perspective, it's like, okay, well, I don't want to become any more masculine, okay? That sounds fucking awful, alright? I'm already more masculine looking than I'd like to be, right? But I was like, oh, but that's just like a slight preference, just like it's, again, categorizing it as gender dysphoria and saying it must be gender dysphoria, and if you don't have gender dysphoria, you're not trans, I think does more harm than good, right? Again, there are a lot of people that don't think that they have gender dysphoria, or they're in denial, or they think that what they have, if it's mild dysphoria especially, is not gender dysphoria. Fuck, that's what I had. I still am not sure where I fit into all of this, right? I don't know what the fuck my gender is. I have no idea. People can have gender dysphoria, go on HRT, transition fully, and then the dysphoria goes away. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't have to have dysphoria to be trans. Like, once you fully transition and the dysphoria goes away, do you stop being trans? Now, obviously, that's a little bit of a nitpick. Obviously, I don't think that should be like, oh, yeah, you're not trans anymore if you stop. Obviously, but I still think it's funny. Happy.
To me, the definition was a co-presence or lack of gender identity. But obviously this would be incredibly rare. Like, take cis to trans ratio, but then make it trans to non-binary levels of rare.
Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Okay.
But there's no studies on non-binary, so this is all my own speculation based on what we know.
But there literally is!
Binary trans people.
So wait, hold on. You're gonna make certain assumptions and conclusions about non-binary trans people based on studies about binary trans people?
All you've done the entire video is make assumptions!
Wait, what assumptions did I make?
At least when I come to a conclusion, I've based it on something and not
Based it on what?
just pulled it out of my ass.
So I pulled my own research document out of my ass. I pulled the peer-reviewed studies that I've looked at out of my ass. The ones that helped me come to the conclusions I've come to.
But when I said that weird ratio thing, I meant something like, if there's one trans person for every 100 cis people, then there would be one non-binary person for every 100 trans people.
Source? Like this like, what is this based on? You say, oh yeah, at least when I see something, it's just actually based on something. Okay, what the fuck is that based on? Oh wait, it's not based on any actual reality. You just pulled it out of your fucking ass.
Which my assumption does check out with your bimodal distribution, which...
Yeah, I mean, generally, there's gonna be more binary trans people than non-binary trans people. When did I say the contrary? But it's like, okay, and you have to keep in mind that a lot of non-binary people end up being binary trans people, right? You have to keep that in mind. Or hell, there are other non-binary people that aren't sure. Maybe they end up being cis, but they don't know yet. There's literally nothing wrong with them seeing, okay, maybe I am non-binary, and trying it out. There's literally nothing wrong with that. I don't see whatever. Anyways.
Which is how he describes
And also, you don't even have, like numbers attached to this, but okay. Fine,
gender. The middle and outskirts are way lower than the binaries.
You also realize that, I mean, I understand the point that you're making, but wouldn't this just be, here's the number of people that identify a certain way? So what would your argument be then? Because you're saying, you made it sound like, oh yeah, there's like so many people identifying as non-binary. Okay, well wouldn't that be counter evidence then? Or am I missing something? I'm confused. It's that there are many non-binary people that have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria that are still non-binary. Sex dysphoria is with sexual characters. Oh, I see. Fembro, I think, okay, I agree with you semantically, but the term that does get used for the most part in science and colloquially, I can't fucking speak, is gender dysphoria for both. Though I do agree that, yes, that is a useful categorical distinction to make. I don't know. You know that's a thing, right? Like that.
Bro is fighting ghosts. Where did I say non-binary people don't have dysphoria? I literally said I'm okay with the ones who do. So there's people who have dysphoria and would like to have both parts or no parts. Like, that's fine. If being alleviates your internal struggle, then good for you. My heart goes out to you because that would mean that your comfort would be visibly trans. And, like, I could not be visibly trans. It sucks so much.
What?
Now, those people I don't have an issue
Yeah.
with. The people I have an
Same
issue
reaction.
with are the AGA presenting she-theys who try to speak over us.
So who's trying to speak over who now?
Well, if you weren't so busy debating the voices in your head instead of addressing my ideas, you would have heard me.
You know exactly the kinds of people I'm talking about.
No. I don't. But okay. So, okay, here, it says on screen, just look up neopronouns on TikTok. That's the AFAB she, they stereo, or archetype. Okay. Okay, yeah, alright, yeah, TikTok is your source. Also, she, they are not neopronouns. Wait, what? Wait, how is she, they neopronouns? Neopronouns is shit like z, zim, zer. Not she, they. She is not a neopronoun, nor is they. And also, I don't see what the problem with using she, they pronouns is. Aren't you literally just giving people an additional option, or whatever the fuck. Just saying, oh yeah, you can use she, her pronouns or they, them pronouns. I'm indifferent. I mean, hell, I use any and all pronouns. Is there a problem with that? Again, I don't see the point here.
The ones who dress gender conforming and then get mad at you for not assuming they go by neo pronouns and calling.
When does this happen? Oh yeah, there was like one niche example of some 14-year-old on TikTok where that was the case. Great, I care so fucking. Oh yeah, they have so much political and social power. Yeah. Oh wow, I care so much.
Everything transphobic.
I imagine.
Yeah, no, they just, like, that's a real issue. That's definitely not this niche thing where it's like a few 14-year-olds on TikTok that literally have no social, political, or any type of power of any form. Like, what?
Your TikTok For You page is trans-related, so I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about.
I don't use TikTok. Oh yeah, I use TikTok like once a fucking year. I don't see why there would be an issue with somebody using she, they pronouns.
Nobody said there was a problem with people using she, they pronouns.
Then what the fuck was your point?
I'm not talking about the people who'd rather, like, stay AYA presenting for safety while HRT does its thing. I'm talking about the people who
Well, you're not gonna address it,
have
okay.
all the means to pass, have supportive parents, money for transition, and they choose not to.
Yeah, that's called having... That's called choosing to be categorized in a certain way. I don't see why there's an issue with that. If somebody doesn't want to be forced to orbit around a certain set of expectations that are constructed by society, I mean, more power to them. I don't see why it serves any utility.
No,
True.
It's called not being transgender. You can't sit there and tell me with a straight face that somebody...
Okay, transgender or transsexual? Right, there's a categorical distinction to be made here, right?
who would end themselves if they couldn't transition, and somebody who has every ability and supportive parents to transition, and doesn't. You can't tell me those two are the same types of people.
Okay, again, are you talking about transgender or transsexual? Because if they don't medically transition, then you would be correct. They are not transsexual, okay? They can still be transgender, right? Okay, what if it's okay, so you would agree, okay, if a non-binary person goes through hormone treatment, that's like, okay, yeah, they're trans, but like if a non-binary person doesn't, okay, so what if there's a non-binary person that leans more towards, you know, the female side of things, I guess you could say, and then they go on estrogen, but what if if they were born as a biological female, they would decide, you know, I'd rather have estrogen in my veins rather than testosterone. Are they not non-binary? Like, how does this fucking okay,
people. Plus, being trans isn't
like, how would that make your gender any okay?
about being categorized in a certain way. It's about being yourself and alleviating dysphoria. You don't have to be trans to go against gender norms, hence my defense.
Trans women are not female, they are women. Yeah. No, I agree. I meant in terms of, like, okay, the what you would prefer in terms of your sex characteristics. That's why I said female in terms of, like, the female sex. Like, a preference for being of the female sex or having those sex characteristics. That's why I specifically said that. But I was talking about non-binary people that would prefer to have female sex characteristics, right? Regardless of whether or not they're AFAB or AMAB, or hell, maybe even intersex, who fucking knows, right? I don't think that matters, right? In terms of what they want to identify as. And gender equals social perception, agreed.
Defense of tomboys and femboys. Now, again, I don't have any issue with non-binary people who transition to alleviate dysphoria. Like, if your body parts are incorrect...
Okay, well, wait, hold on. Why is it obligatory for anyone that is transgender to be transsexual? Why do these two different things have to be one and the same?
TLDR, he says transsexuals are the ones who medically transition.
Yes, that is correct. Being transsexual means you are medically transitioning to change your secondary sex characteristics and maybe even your primary sex characteristics, right? You know, through hormone treatment and bottom surgery, maybe top surgery if you're a trans man, etc., right? Those are all ways of being transsexual. Transgender literally just means you identify with a gender that does not correspond with the gender you were assigned at birth, right? Nobody is assigned fucking non-binary at birth, okay? That doesn't fucking happen, alright?
But that's not what I said. I said I don't have a problem with non-binary people who choose to transition because it alleviates their
But, well, you're implying that you do have a problem with the ones that don't choose to transition. If you need to specify, well, I don't have a problem with the ones that do decide to transition, you are indirectly saying that you do have a problem with the ones that don't decide to transition. Because otherwise you would just say, I don't have a problem with non-binary people, regardless of whether or not they choose to transition. But okay.
dysphoria. This includes social transition because they have dysphoria.
Stress you out, then who am I to say you shouldn't transition? Like, that is between...
No, wait, who are you to say that somebody is or isn't trans?
It's usually pretty easy to tell who is.
Yeah, so it's entirely vibes-based. You don't actually have a good, consistent way of telling. You just base it off of your feelings, which is, well, it's not as reliable as you may think, right? For instance, Blair White did this. She probably still does this. But I specifically remember, who was it, Riley Dennis, that she kept accusing of being a trans-trender and a fake trans because she wasn't medically transitioning, so she would constantly misgender her. And then guess what? It turns out that Riley Dennis ended up going on HRT. So, like, again, alright, let's... God.
Is or isn't actually trans by how they portray and cope with their condition.
You and a medical professional. And like, if you try to get on me like, oh, you're gatekeeping, Ava. Like, no.
Yeah, you are.
No. I am not a medical professional.
Yeah, we can all tell. Well, yeah, I can tell.
I can...
Oh my god. Oh god, I don't even remember. When I do a live format, I don't remember most of the things I say, to be honest, because I say so much. But it's like, goddamn, I really, maybe I do need to say more new things.
I can give my opinion, but...
Yeah, so can I. My opinion is better than yours. True!
I'm saying that it's totally backwards how non-binary people and non-transitioners and people who, instead of transitioning to not be a freak, transition into a freak.
Transition into a freak. See, now we're doing, well, gatekeeping.
How am I gatekeeping? Like,
What do you mean, how are you gatekeeping?
I can talk all the shit I want, but nothing is stopping you from seeing a therapist and then getting on hormones.
But not every non-binary person wants to do this. You are describing the process of being a binary trans person while talking about non-binary people. It could be the case that maybe there's a non-binary person that's like, okay, you know, I don't conform to either, and, you know, if I was born as the opposite sex, I also wouldn't pursue medical transition. I just don't care. That could be the case, but they all they want is to not be socially categorized as, well, what they were assigned at birth. That is perfectly reasonable.
Or whatever. I'm not stopping you from doing that. And if comments are harmless like you say they are...
Bullshit, it's not protecting anyone from anything. Alright, comments are harmless, okay? I wasn't posting anybody's IP address.
Then my comments about someone dressing like a clown are harmless.
Okay, was my argument that they're harmful? And again, we're also gonna be, it's also important to know how, okay, when I say harmless, what do I mean by that? Well, it was in the context of is it harmless to the point where you should, I don't know, lose your ability to say whatever it is that you're saying. So again, it's going to be a completely different context, right? So for instance, if she was being censored by YouTube for saying that, I would say, okay, really, this is fucking harmless, right? I would say that, because it's like, okay, this is clearly not enough. It is not harmful enough for it to warrant being removed or censored, right? But that's not the context, okay? It is in the context of it being something you're allowed to say, which is good, and me criticizing it, which is also good. I don't see the point.
I think the whole online gatekeeping stuff is a super toxic mentality.
It sure is.
You know what you're supposed to do when someone tries to stop you from achieving your goals? You say, fuck you, and find a way to make it happen. You're not gonna get anywhere in life if all you do is try to gain everyone's approval. Now,
Alright, sure. Trying to gain some people's approval can be bad sometimes. Hell, I'm not gonna lie, I'm more guilty of this than I'd like to be.
granted, it is hard to get over this mentality when passing and being seen the way you want by other people is like one of the big things about being trans. But it does get easier as you go on.
Transition into a freak. The reason is because she doesn't like gender nonconformity.
I never said I didn't like gender nonconforming.
Well, but you were talking about how a person is a freak, most likely on the basis of them not conforming to one gender or another. So yes, that clearly is. What other reason would you have for labeling them in that way? It's not like, did they say something? Is there something that they did in terms of their actions that make you believe that they're a freak? Is it something they said? Or is it literally just you don't like their presentation, the way that they express their gender? Because that's what it seems like to me. Now, is that an aesthetic that I like? Personally, no, it's not my thing, right? I'm not personally somebody that is a big fan of that aesthetic or whatever, but it's like, I don't give a shit, right? It's like, okay, they have the right to do that, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. It's just not my cup of tea, right?
Didn't I literally say I knew a tomboy who was really cool?
But then, oh my god. Yeah, well, no, it's okay if you're non-conforming, but only in ways that I think are okay. All right, if you don't conform the way this person doesn't conform, then you're a freak. That's what she's saying.
But like, this is not gender nonconformity. This is dressing like a clown.
Okay.
Now, granted, this person does look androgynous, but
Yeah, exactly. That's the fucking point.
they're a performer and they do dress down when they're not performing.
What about it?
So maybe somebody else would have been a better example of
Yeah, maybe.
this.
This is gender non.
Okay, I can't see it because your stupid fucking videos are covering it, but okay. Maybe if I minimize it? No? Okay. Wow. Alright. I see how it is. You have to... Alright. It's...
Nonconformity. But yeah, I'm bored. I won't be giving this guy any more of my time. That's about it. See ya.
Alright, well that was fucking dog shit. Wow, that was, yikes. I don't think she even watched the entire thing. I mean, granted, it's a long stream, so I don't blame her for that, but it's like, just, Alright. Well, that was a disappointing video. Aw, yeah. Anyways, now that we've seen that, I think it is time to move on to the next segment. Also, I want to see, okay, if I change the background lighting a little bit, I want to know how the camera reacts to that, I guess. Make sure my skirt isn't showing anything. Alright, does this make me look better, worse, or the same? I don't know. Was this an improvement or a downgrade? I genuinely couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Anyways. Why do you think trans people transition? A trans woman usually seeks to get breast, secondary sex... Well, yeah, but you're talking about binary trans people, right? Anyways. Let's get on to the next segment. So, oh god, where do we even start? Oh boy. It's important towards... Yeah, is this lighting better, or do you like the way it was before? I need some sort... Oh god. Whatever. People won't answer, then fine. But your definition... What about my definition is empty and meaningless? Alright. Alright, yeah, sure, whatever. Empty and meaningless. Alright, I see how it is. Anyways, where was I going with this? I said something about... Yeah, but you didn't... Oh my god. Alright, we're just moving on to the next segment. Fuck this. Alright. I mean, so are you still gonna be doing the mod / admin VC? Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, maybe. Probably, I think. I hope. Alright, anyways, alright, oh god. This was... Talking about trans issues as the first thing was a mistake. Alright. Let's sponsor Femyoz a ring light. Yeah, I should get a ring light. I don't have one. Dude, once I get a ring light, I'm gonna be hot as fuck, bro. I'm gonna be hot as fuck. Actually, I don't know. I think I've seen what I look like in a ring light. I think it makes me look worse, maybe, actually. Actually, no, I don't think so. Actually, god damn. Alright, sorry. I'm getting really distracted. I'm very sorry about that. Sorry. Okay, seriously, chat, is this better, or is it better with the background light off? So this. What's better, light on or light off in the background? It's worse? Go back to before? Alright, wait, lights off is better? Or lights on? No background light is better? Okay, good, alright, good to know. It's hard to tell sometimes. You have amazing thighs? Aw, well, thank you. Anyways. God, we got so sidetracked. Femyoz has an amazing body. Aw, thank you. I try my best. And by that, I mean, I work out, like, once every 2 months. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Anyways, let's get on to the next segment. I'm very sorry I've been rambling, alright? So apparently YandereDev has, well, there's been some new allegations about him. Now, I don't know too much about YandereDev, so I'm going into this with an open mind. But I decided, you know what? I think that this stream would be the perfect time for me to talk about these allegations, whatever they are. Now, I have heard a little bit about it. I've heard enough to appropriately title the stream and whatnot, but whatever. Let's just get on with the thing. So, anyways, Moist Critical uploaded a video on his second channel called Diving into the YandereDev Allegations. So, I mean, I'm going into this with an open mind. Let's just see what he has to say. Alright? Hold on. Let me put it in full screen. There we go.
Man, Know Your Meme is trying to become, like, the cutting edge of internet news drama. They updated this only a couple of hours ago with information on it. Which is good. Hats off to them. The YandereDev grooming allegations refers to the allegations that infamous game designer YandereDev allegedly groomed
Good one.
a 16-year-old over Discord, which led to several people associated with the Yandere simulator pulling out of the project. The grooming allegations emerged in August and September, and
Okay, wasn't YandereDev always a fucking degen? I don't remember what he did to get... I don't want to say canceled, but, like, everyone is kind of already hated him and thought he was a weirdo. I don't remember why.
subsequently resulted in considerable backlash.
Hello, Femyoz. I made a video on YandereDev. Do you ever wear makeup? Just wondering. I have no idea how to do makeup. I'm sorry. I will learn it at some point. Maybe, potentially. I hope, maybe. I don't know. I'll get to it, but I keep saying that. He was always a groomer degenerate, lol. Makes sense. Was always a creep. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, the fact that this is, like, new stuff, it is concerning. Oh my god, there's so much dead air.
Sorry to hear that, Kaylin. Hope you can get back after it soon.
Sorry to hear what?
What project? The game doesn't exist. Yeah, this game's had quite an interesting history. Oh, thank you for the 20 gifted members, Ollie. Really appreciate the huge drop. Thank you for that.
Okay.
No, sweet. Thank you for that, Taco. Many of you probably know this from back in the early YouTube days.
Why is he There's so much
Oh,
dead air
wrong-
he's
wrong
leaving
thing.
in.
It's Yandere
This
Simulator.
is what editing software is for.
Markiplier, everyone played this game. It was huge for a while. But it never came out. And still hasn't come out. And never will. But it's
Good.
this thing.
Oh my god, cut out the dead air! Oh my god, please. If you're gonna upload the thing to your
I remember
YouTube...
it so well. Yeah, because it was big. Very, very big. It was kind of like Naughty Bear, but for weebs.
What am I looking at? I don't like this.
Oh, appreciate that, Soy. So far, Phantom Liberty's been really good. Last night, it unfortunately crashed my computer, but aside from that bug, it's been very good. And thanks, Ham.
That's good.
Appreciate the 50, Allison. And thank you for that. Welcome.
Oh my god, there's so much dead
I'll get to
air!
that later,
Stop!
Kombucha.
Jesus Christ.
What
POV
happened?
dead air be like.
Just got too lost in the sauce of ambition, so they just kept building this game and building this game forever. And it just never came out. Thanks for the membership, Potato. But as for the grooming stuff, I don't know.
Bruh.
Allegations revolving around YandereDev being creepy or otherwise not normal have been going on for over a decade, with each new controversy, including Discord banned speedruns, helping to promote his name in-game. I do remember this. He was apparently ruling his Discord with an iron fist.
Strategically fast forward? I don't know how long the dead air is gonna last for. It's not like I've seen this.
So, basically, if you brought up anything he didn't like, you got banned.
Nice.
So there were some people that made speedruns for it. Like this, I guess.
Oh! Okay, because I was searching in YouTube so that I can, you know, add shit to the tags that people search about YandereDev. I saw YandereDev speedrun as one of them, and I'm like, why is that there? I was so confused by that. That makes sense.
Welcome aboard, Samir. And yeah, we just mentioned the Jack in the Box employee thing. I saw it earlier.
Oh my god, how does he get away with this much dead air? This is not fair.
Oh no,
There's
he's
this-
first YouTuber Pixels after.
I have it sped up to 1.25 times speed right now, by the way.
Eric uploaded a concise history of previous and recent drama involving YandereDev. I'll have to watch that later. The grooming allegations mentioned in Pixel's video, however, were different from what would later come out. On September 25th, 2023, that was yesterday.
Okay, look, I understand how his low-effort videos, you know, he obviously doesn't really do well, because it's like, okay, in those he makes funny jokes, he has like a good personality for it, yada yada yada, right? And he's already established, etc. I don't get why. Okay, the fucking stream shit though. I cannot imagine having this much dead air constantly. I'm sorry. No offense to the moist man himself, all right? He seems like a great guy, all right? He seems like a great guy. That being said, just okay, you got to get rid of the dead air. You got to do something about it. This isn't fair. Well, how does he get away with this much dead air, and he gets like 5 trillion concurrent viewers, and I get like negative 5 trillion concurrent viewers? This is okay. Now I'm just getting salty, but still. To be fair, you're watching a VOD. Yeah, I know, but even during a live stream, I try not to have dead air like this, right? Even in a live format, in the live stream VODs, when I'm not even doing stream segments, I try to avoid dead air. Like, sometimes there's going to be a little bit of dead air, because I'm either thinking about what to say, or do next, or what my next segment will be, because it is on the spot, right? But, I mean, so is any podcast, right? Any podcast that you do is going to be recorded live, right? Hey, thank you, Felix, for the $5. Fit check. All right, I mean, I already did one not that long ago. But since you asked me very nicely, and, of course, gave me $5, I'll do another one. But, yeah, sorry, hold on, wait, I need to move this out of the way. Oh, gosh. Yeah, so, yeah, you got the thigh highs, the mini skirt, this, and these, you know, it's a W outfit, and then, of course, the cat ears. Of course, it's a certified hood classic. And then I guess the headphones, but the headphones don't count, alright? The headphones don't count. Anyways, yeah, you can see my epic muscles, my cool and awesome stomach muscles. I am such a giga Chad. Anyways, let's continue.
Thank you
Video
for the
began to
5.
float around online of someone who was alleged to have been groomed by YandereDev with masked audio recording and chat logs included. The video was later re-uploaded to YouTube by Stimson J. Cat.
Okay. Where's this
The
video?
YandereDev video with evidence of him allegedly grooming a minor has been taken down for copyright under the victim's real name.
Oh, great.
Welcome aboard, Ronan.
Okay, when I upload VODs, I mean, first of all, I have to make sure that there's not dead air. Secondly, I don't even do it that often. Thirdly, I'm a small content creator. And fourthly, if there is dead air, or I feel like, okay, I spent too much time explaining this and not enough time explaining that, then I'm going to cut some more stuff out, right? So I treat it like I did a long recording session, basically, right? Would I pay you to lift that skirt? Look, I'm trying to stay on YouTube's good side right now, okay? I'm trying to stay on their good side. I want my channel to be remonetized as soon as I can reapply, alright? I'm trying not to fuck this up. You know what I mean? I have to, I'm walking on thin ice right now, alright? Thanks, Femyoz. Okay, $900. Okay, yeah, if someone donated $500 within the next 10 minutes, then sure, I'd lift up my skirt. Like, yeah, alright, fair enough. But no less, and it has to be within 10 minutes from now. 9,000. Well, 900 is a lot of money still. Either way, let's continue.
YandereDev has an entire rabbit hole. Well, yeah, he became a lolcow.
Yeah,
So, once he had lolcow status, the floodgates opened.
Yeah, honestly, I don't like using the word lolcow. I mean, I guess I did it in the thing that we kind of sort of watched before this. Though I don't think that that's the best word to use, and I've sort of, you know, not been doing, I haven't been doing that, right? Because again, lolcow usually isn't the correct word. You can not like someone without them being a lolcow, and sometimes people don't understand that. Being widely hated does not automatically make you a lolcow, right? There's more to it than that. But I think that YandereDev genuinely is a lolcow.
I'm sure a patch will fix it, Jack.
What?
On September 25th, user VA Michaela Laws, voice actress and voice director of Yandere-chan, posted a note and said after a decade of supporting, she'd be stepping down.
What? He's reading it
Where-
in his
I
head.
just watched the video. I was hoping I could just get like a write-up of the accusations.
Oh, come on.
September 25th, YandereDev created a blog post in which he owned up to the accountability of his actions and didn't try to explain away or say anything other than admitting that he messed up. Oh.
Yeah, that's pretty
The
bad.
blog post sent further ripples through the YandereDev community, as many perceived it as an admission of guilt for all things in the video, using it as a moment to criticize him and take out a decade's worth of frustration on YandereDev.
I mean, at the end of the day,
Have you seen?
also, I don't know when to pause, so I'm very sorry about that. I can't predict the dead air. I'm sorry. It's unpredictable. But yeah, I don't know. It's not looking so good for YandereDev, alright? It's looking kind of bad. It's looking kind of bad. But, is this like a new thing? I could have sworn YandereDev was already exposed for doing weird shit like this. I could be wrong on that, so I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna assert it as fact, right? I would need more evidence. But, you know.
Yeah, I did see that, Crab. That's pretty wild.
I love how he says that was pretty wild in the most monotone voice.
You've probably heard some really concerning stuff over the last few days. You might have seen a video that has left you feeling worried, disappointed, and wondering what I have to say for myself. There's a part of me that wants to say, no, you don't understand. The video was edited in an extremely dishonest and misleading way, blah, blah, blah. But no, I'm not going to focus on that. There's a part of me that wants to do what I usually do, and type out a massive essay where I over-explain absolutely every single detail about the entire situation, provide context to absolutely everything, go point by point down the list of every possible fact that could make the situation easier to understand. But no, I'm not going to do that. This isn't a blog post about how, actually, you see, I didn't really do anything all that bad if you consider all the facts. I'm just going to take accountability and own up to a really, really huge fucking mistake that I've made.
Okay. Controversial take. Alright? This might get me canceled, but I don't understand how the fuck you groom a literal child by mistake.
That does not sound like a mistake to me. That sounds like something that you would have to do intentionally. Like, what is this framing? Yeah, I'm gonna take accountability, but I'm also gonna like treat it like, oh yeah, it's just like a mistake, something I did by accident. It's like, did you? Yeah, oh yeah, that relatable moment when you accidentally groom a minor. Happens to the best of us, of course.
Who took over this guy's account?
No, not really. Always been Yikes, but up to now, he didn't cross that line as far as I know, so it's another layer of this mess. Okay, well that's fair enough. I guess my memory is a little bit skewed then. Keep in mind that I haven't heard about this dude in ages, right? The last time I heard about him was most likely when I was still watching commentary YouTubers, because I was sort of becoming... I was gonna become the next big commentary bro, and I'm not even joking. I was actually gonna do that. I was gonna do that, alright?
That is not...
I don't know if it would have been successful or not, but I was like... you know... I was like a big fan of the commentary community back then. So, obviously, you know, I was more likely to, you know, take things at face value and be like, yep, that must automatically be true, because, you know, it's something that the commentary community said, and everyone knows that they are the ultimate arbiters of truth, okay, guys?
like him at all. What?
No, I mean, he was always bad, so not surprised. Yeah, I mean... I'm not saying that I think he was ever good, but commentary YouTubers do tend to blow things out of proportion. I don't think this is being blown out of proportion, but I can't tell. It's too soon to say. I'm inclined to believe what people are saying, though. Just based on what YandereDev himself has said. Like, unless this isn't something that he said, or, like, somebody wrote this and then pretended like it was... Like, unless that's the case, which I don't think it is. I think that YandereDev said this, right? You know...
What?
Let's say this is bad, but he's done other bad stuff that is different but almost equally bad. Okay, maybe I'm not misremembering, right? If it's on the same level as this, then okay. I do remember correctly. What did he do before? I genuinely don't remember.
This has got to be a ventriloquism act. Someone's got their hand deep in his ass.
Well,
No
goddamn.
shot. He's got like 8 years worth of not taking accountability for many, many odd decisions and bad behavior.
Yeah, this is a weird decision from YandereDev. Because from what I understand, he was the opposite. He never took accountability for anything he ever did. I don't think he had a change in heart. I just think that... Or maybe he did. I have no idea. That's like a strange... I don't know. I mean, he's obviously a very mentally ill individual, to say the very least. So maybe it boils down to that, in terms of his decision-making. I couldn't tell you.
Did I hear about the flamingos in Wisconsin? Did I hear about the flamingos in Wisconsin? No, that's pretty vague.
Being a creepy incel-type guy online, harassing many other creators into quitting their projects. Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad.
Can't say I've heard of him. And I think I've watched that before, Rune. That sounds very familiar. Appreciate it, Carrie.
Okay.
Did you see the Blueface situation where he posted his child's penis and then went on a rant on X to try and justify...
What? That has to be fake. There's no way that's real. There's no way. I refuse to believe that.
The whole night until the next morning when he said he was being hacked the entire time.
There's no fucking way. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. There's no way. Look, you say what you will about the dude, but I need to see some sort of proof that happened.
Brother, I don't really keep up with the Blueface shit. That is so degenerate. But even...
Wait, what is Blueface?
I saw on Twitter people were talking about that. Isn't that like an actual felony? He posted child porn.
Yes, posting CP is in fact a felony. I couldn't agree more. God, you got Charlie over here with the most hot takes imaginable. God, he's so controversial. He says so many brave things. Like, CP is illegal.
Like, how is he not in jail? I didn't know about the particulars about him claiming he...
Blueface is a rapper, I think? Okay. He did post his son's genitals on Twitter. It has since been removed. Jesus Christ. If that's true, that's really fucked up.
He was hacked. That is... I mean, I guess you gotta try the Hail Mary. That reminds me of the Chainsmokers guy. You remember when he started insulting Halsey? And he's like, I got hacked. Everyone has to give it a try, I guess.
God damn.
What do you mean, Elon? That's why it has nothing to do with that. It's a felony. Like him posting his kid's penis that's a crime. You can't.
Guys, oh my god, I never thought of it that way. Holy shit. Charlie coming in with the most hot takes imaginable. Oh, man. Wow. I hope he doesn't get canceled for this. I mean, this is very controversial stuff he's saying.
Can't do that, obviously.
I will say, okay, look, I've got nothing against the dude, but I do think that, okay, oh god, he is like, it's like he's physically incapable of saying anything remotely controversial at this point. I swear. It's like, oh my god, he is such a fence sitter. Not just a fence sitter. I guess in this instance, he's not being a fence sitter, but it's like, oh my god. It's like, yes, I do agree with you. CP is illegal. You're not supposed to do that, and it's bad. Yeah.
I'm wondering if they're just like building a case against him or what.
Someone compared me to Charlie, oh no. I wouldn't be too worried about it. I feel like I'm almost like the opposite, where I'll just say my most controversial takes in the most controversial way I know how.
Because that is, by the legal definition, him posting child.
It was true. A few people still have censored screenshots of it, which is awful. Jesus. That's fucked. That's one of those things where it's like, okay, having evidence of that is also kind of iffy, right? Because, okay, if somebody archives it, right, and collects the evidence, you know, even if their intention is to, whatever, have evidence of YandereDev doing the fucked up thing, it's like, okay, but if you're saving that, then you are also saving CP onto your computer. So that gets into, like, some really weird territory. I'm surprised that he managed to dig himself even deeper. Yeah, I thought that this dude was already off the internet or whatever. I thought that he'd already, because people stopped talking about him, so I'm like, okay, he probably, like, quit the internet or whatever because everyone fucking hated him. I will say that all my takes, but in the least emotion-filled way. But yeah, if someone posted that, it is still distribution of CP. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it seems like he's claiming he's been hacked, and it wasn't him.
Okay. Fair
His
enough.
most recent post, my phone was stolen yesterday. I just got a new one, guys. I'm back. My Twitter was hacked.
Wait, has he claimed to have been hacked multiple times? Because if so, that's really dumb.
Someone refresh my memory. Was it the Chainsmokers? After insulting Halsey, they were like, balls in my face. Oh, see, I was hacked. It wasn't me doing that. I was hacked. Because that's kind of what Blueface seems to be doing.
Oh, God. I have no idea. I don't know
sure
anything.
It was the Chainsmokers.
I don't know anything about the Chainsmokers or Blueface, to be completely honest.
Did that.
People stopped talking about him, but his Patreon, Discord, Twitter, and Reddit were still up and active for the niche community. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Huh. Okay, stop with the dead air. This
Talked
makes
about that, Hunter. A few days back.
This is what. Oh my god. This is okay. I'll cut him some slack. It seems like he has, like, no experience streaming, but at the same time, even on my first stream, I read chat messages out loud instead of just reading them in my head and then responding to them as if everybody knows, you know, oh yeah, it's like, okay.
I saw a little bit about that, Mass. I haven't looked into it too much, though. But yeah, I'll need to look into that, because I did see that on Twitter yesterday.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, what is the...
Yeah,
I feel like more than half of this video is just dead
I
air.
did see the Only Use Me Blade stuff with Willy Two Guns and everything. We can...
Maybe it's like Dora the Explorer, where you're meant to respond to it in real time. So, like, I'm supposed to be the other half. But at the same time, I don't fucking know when the dead air is gonna be, or when he's gonna start talking again.
talk about that.
Jesus.
That is,
I've cut out so many chunks of videos because of the silence. If the people I'm covering... Wait, what? Oh, of the people I'm covering. Yeah. No, I get that. There's so much dead air. Like, surely, if you're gonna upload it as a VOD, you would want to cut that out so that more people see it, right? Because it's gonna get promoted more algorithmically. the average audience retention is higher, right? Which it will be if there's not as much dead air. This is bothering me a lot.
We're already going through a lot right now, so that'll be in a minute.
This is really annoying.
Ross has released 3 tracks from their new album. That's hype.
Jeez.
That sounds good.
Okay, I've heard people say that my streams are boring, but come on. Like, obviously, full videos, right? Like, fully fleshed out videos that planned ahead of time and highly edited are gonna be, whatever, more highly engaging for people with ADD brains, right? They're gonna be more entertaining in some way. Not that live streams aren't entertaining, right? But yeah, objectively, high effort video content is going to be better than live stream content in terms of the content itself, right? But I mean, you do get a different kind of entertainment value, I will say. Like, there is something about the live format, even if you're watching it as a past live stream, that you wouldn't get from watching like a high effort video, right? There's something different about it. There's something real. There's something that feels so raw about it. You know what I mean? It almost feels like a reflection of OG YouTube, except it's longer form content, right? Because obviously back in the day, fucking nobody edited their videos or whatever, right? My live streams are higher quality than full-on videos from back in the day from large content creators, right? Until whatever, people started increasing their production value, right? So it almost takes YouTube back to its roots, because you almost have to, right? If you're doing it in a live format, you can't edit shit out. You can plan things ahead. Hell, if you really want to, you can plan half of the things you're saying ahead of time. But if you're, let's say, interacting with chat, I mean, unless you know what chat is gonna say, it's like, okay. But yeah.
So this is probably where Yandere
But I mean, come on, what is with the dead air?
simulator ends would be my guess. Thanks,
Oh
Bryce.
my... There's more dead air than
That's sweet,
speaking. This is bad. Mr. Moistman, why do you do
Offset
this?
that did that, not Chainsmokers.
This is bothering me.
I don't even remember that. I don't remember that being Offset. But I guess
It's not like
right.
it's not like he's like thinking hard about what he's gonna say next. I mean, he's just saying words. But okay.
Oh yeah,
God.
no, I'm very familiar with the YandereDev stuff. Like I
Okay, yeah, it took you 10 seconds to come up with the incredible insight that is, what did he say just now?
Oh yeah, no, I'm very familiar with the YandereDev stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sure it took him ages to come up with the sentence, I'm very familiar with the YandereDev stuff. Wow, incredible.
Like I said, he achieved lolcow status, which means everybody knew everything.
Like, come on. Mr. Moistman, look, you have a nice personality, but maybe you want to work on the streaming part a little bit, alright? There's no way in hell that he's watching this, but if he is, look, nothing against you, but you gotta stop with all the dead air, right? Now, of course, it's easier said than done, right? I obviously am gonna know that better than most because, well, I stream, so I know what it's like to struggle with that a little bit. Hell, there are times where I feel like there's too much dead air in my streams, right? I don't know if there is or not. Chat, you tell me. Is there too much dead air in my streams? Because sometimes I feel like there can be, but that might just be me being self-conscious. Because I try my best to not let there be any dead air, because I don't like when there's dead air. I don't like when other people have dead air in their streams. P.S. Is that your real hair, or is it a wig? It's my real hair. Hey, you ever do videos on Leslie Clark? I'm thinking of doing another one, lol. I have no idea who Leslie Clark is, so no, I have not. But yeah, Mr. Moistman, Moist Critical, Charlie, whatever you go by. Penguin Zero, I guess. If you're watching this, alright, I will... You're not, but let's say hypothetically you were, alright? I will teach you the ways, all right? I will teach you how to not have dead air, all right? I will teach you the ways of autistically rambling, okay? Just trust me. If you just say whatever the fuck you're thinking, sure, maybe you accidentally say things that are a little bit more controversial. But that's like where the fun is, right? That's like the point, you know? That's the beauty of doing things in a live format, is you just say whatever the fuck you're thinking. You get to autistically ramble like this. It's awesome. Oh my god, you'd love/hate her? Well, damn. Also, I'm surprised that I've gotten a lot of people saying, or at least asking me, if my hair is actually a wig. Femyoz, do you wear a wig? Comments. Does it look like a wig? I mean, I guess it's like slightly lighter than my eyebrows, but not by much. It was for a little bit, but it's also gotten, it's very thick hair. Is it? Kind of a lot of hair? Yeah, but I put product in it, so that might be why. It's getting so long, looks nice. Yeah, I've been considering getting it cut, but at the same time, it's like, but I also kind of like it the way it is, you know what I mean? I don't know, I might go back to boy twink mode. I'm balding, I hate it. So, why do you hate it? Because that's going to determine whether or not you should go on HRT. Because if you go on HRT, then you know you don't bald anymore. So, I remember when I was younger being like, oh god, what if I bald in my 20s? But it's like, now I'm not scared of that. Even though I don't have the balding gene from either side of the family, so I'd probably be fine. It's like, still a terrifying thing to think about. Try some cute curls sometimes, a beach wave or something. Yeah, I probably should, yeah. Curly hair, I'm 30, just started balding. Okay, alright, if you can, go on estrogen, unless you don't want to go on estrogen, okay? But if you do, go on it as fast as possible, alright? If you don't want to bald, alright? That's the easiest way to avoid it, alright? It's the loophole in the system you see, alright? I don't know how gender conforming you are, but if you're gender non-conforming, then you may as well. Where's it at? Well, you can set up an appointment at some sort of gender clinic, like, I don't know, it could just be like a Planned Parenthood or something. Hell, you could temporarily go on DIY HRT, as long as you know how to research that kind of shit. Okay, I'm not endorsing it or denouncing it or anything, but at the end of the day, if you really don't want to bald, and you want to maintain your hairline as much as possible, then going on HRT as fast as humanly possible should be your number one priority if you're gender non-conforming. If you're gender conforming and you don't want to look more feminine, then don't do that. But if you want to look more feminine anyway, then you may as well, right? There's some hair loss meds with estrogen, I think. Yeah, get hair loss meds. Go on HRT, right? Like, do all that shit, all right? Do everything you can, all right? If you want to maintain your hairline, you gotta be proactive about that. Please don't do the DIY HRT. Most people aren't capable of doing things according to specific instructions. I don't know. I know Jalen did it until she got prescribed HRT from a doctor. And yeah, say what you will about her, but I don't think that negatively affected her. I think if anything, it prevented more harm. But I don't know. Anyways, let's go on to the next video about YandereDev. I hope that half of it isn't dead air this time, okay? So the next video we're going to be watching and analyzing is from SomeOrdinaryGamers, the other middle-of-the-road, as uncontroversial as humanly possible YouTuber. He made a video called YandereDev is in some serious trouble, ... So it's probably going to cover a lot of the same stuff, but maybe there's some new stuff that we're not aware of. It's a little bit longer, and there's probably going to be less dead air than what we just watched. So, let's see. It's going to be more fully fleshed out. Following video follows under fair use guidelines. Do not condone harassment of any individual/entities mentioned in the video.
Hello guys and gals, 3 years ago I made a video where I said Yandere simulator will never be completed, and
Yes, that is gonna age well.
You know,
it already did.
That is probably the best age title that I've ever written on this channel.
True.
Ladies and gentlemen, Yandere Simulator, for anybody that doesn't know, is a game about being a yandere. Yandere Simulator first showed up as an idea on the old 4chan. Let us discuss the game mechanics of a Yandere Simulator. Set in a school, pick a boy, stalk him.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
the FBI is already in on you, so might as well get down to what a yandere is. Ladies and gentlemen, a yandere is a Japanese archetype used to define a character whose love, admiration, or devotion is so strong that it is expressed as an excessive obsession and possessiveness.
Oh god. I specifically remember there was a time in my life where I low-key wished that there was some sort of, that there was some real-life equivalent to that in my life that was extremely obsessed with me and possessive over me. This is just how you know that, goddamn, you know, I may be, you know, an attention whore right now, but I was even more desperate for attention back then. Holy shit. I mean, it kind of does sound nice to have someone literally be it's like, wow, I'm doing something so good that people are literally obsessed with me and possessive over me. Like, goddamn, like, I love that kind of attention. I'm sorry, I just do. I think there's something wrong with me.
They're often seen as characters that are crazy.
This is what happens when you're mentally ill, and have attachment issues, and have maybe abandonment issues. I don't think I have abandonment issues, but I feel like someone that does would be even more inclined to want that. I don't fucking know.
In love with someone.
I don't know.
Yeah, in the United States, we call that harassment, okay? And usually, if you're ever in the receiving end of a yandere, you get a riz training order. Now, I'll kindly walk myself out. Ladies and gentlemen,
I feel like, okay, it depends on who it is. If they're you know, if I think that they're attractive, then I would indulge in it. I'm not even gonna lie. I know it's a bad idea, but I feel like knowing myself and how, okay, self-awareness exists, but then it goes completely out the window as soon as I get emotional. It's like, okay.
Yandere Simulator is best described as a video game version.
Add my video to the list, I will.
If you took Persona's day-to-day cycles, a living, breathing school, and combined it with the mechanics of Hitman, social crowd stealth. I mean, on first glance, it actually seems like a pretty interesting idea that could be derived from an indie game developer. But YandereDev, the creator behind it, has spent so long in creating the game that at this point, you know, you've got games like Cyberpunk 2077 out on the market, shamed, rebuilt, rebranded, and resold as a proper title. No Man's Sky, Star Citizen might actually have its first expansion pack upon release.
Yeah, something tells me that Yandere Simulator is never going to be finished, alright? By the time he's even close to finishing it, he's going to be behind bars, alright? I'm calling it right now, alright? There's no fucking way he isn't.
Please, and if I'm not mistaken, we may be 3 years into the—
Alright, maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit too much, alright? I haven't seen enough evidence to verify everything. Even though I believe it to be the case, I feel like I'm going against my own principles a little bit by jumping the gun when I've only seen like one video and then barely part of this video.
The life cycle of GTA 7 before Yandere Simulator is ever truly completed. Why? Because this game has an obscene amount of feature creep, an obscene amount of pointless detail to be coded in. In fact, I'll actually let Yandere's dev describe this entirely himself.
Wouldn't it have more to do with him procrastinating or just not having the proper attention to making the game? Because I feel like, at least as somebody that does things that are creative, like making videos, like I understand that feeling of, yeah, every detail is extremely important. I need to make sure that the editing is perfect. I need to make sure that every joke I say is literally the funniest shit ever. I need to make sure that, okay, maybe I don't know. I mean, I've tried to not do that, but you know, it really shows on my old channel. It's like, holy fuck. Like, the attention to detail on there was fucking insane.
The 9th anniversary of Yandere Simulator development.
Nah, YandereDev doesn't procrastinate. He just has no clue what kind of game he wants to make, so he's making an everything game. Oh, God. That might actually be even worse than procrastinating. Because then not only is, you know, the game not being developed, but it's not being developed properly, and also there's a shit ton of time and energy being put into it, into something that's going nowhere. Maybe that's what my YouTube channel is becoming, or where it's headed. Because, I mean, hell, my channel is becoming like a fucking everything channel, so maybe we have like one thing in common, which is like, okay, you know, It's like we wanting to do everything all at once in the same channel or game.
I began developing on March 31st, 2014, so this makes it
To be fair, though, if you're a live streamer, you have a little bit more leeway.
the 9th anniversary, and this is a 7,000 word blog.
This is also the reason that I want to make my content more personality-based than anything else. Because if people are here for my personality more than they are for the topics I talk about, or whatever the fuck, then obviously that's gonna be beneficial if I want to do whatever the fuck, right? But YandereDev does not have that amount of leeway, because the game is not based on his personality. Let's be real. In fact, if it was, it would suffer greatly. I mean, sure, it's made the way it is because of his personality, and maybe it's a reflection of it, but it's not his personality in of itself.
Not everything we're going to be looking into. And inside this blog, actually, he describes...
It's very convoluted, the game. Yeah, so, see, what I don't understand is if you want to do everything, just make multiple games. Just create a specific vision or niche for the game, and then if you end up having a different vision and want to make a completely different game, don't just add it to the same fucking game. All right, you're gonna fuck it up if you do. If you introduce contradictory ideas or things that don't mesh well together. Now, I'm somebody that believes, okay, you know, making one thing as big as possible. Okay, I get that, right? Maybe it's not good to put all the eggs in one basket, but I understand, alright? I do the same shit with this channel, alright? I upload everything here. Literally fucking everything, I swear to God. I'm gonna try uploading across a few different channels, right? I'm gonna do, you know, stream segment videos on one channel. I know I've been saying that and I haven't been uploading, but just trust me, I'm getting to it, alright? I promise, I swear, alright? I'll get to it eventually, okay? Alright, anyways, very sorry that I haven't. But at the same time, you know.
Categorizing what Yandere Simulator...
Yandere Simulator was just his constant income, milking it, which could be why he threatened other creators, maybe. I thought his Patreon was his income mostly. You might be right. I have no idea. I don't know that much about this.
There is.
Yeah, but Patreon was for the game originally. I could see that being the case. What else would it be for though? Like, what is it for now if it's not for the game? Maybe it's for legal fees for his criminal trial, maybe something like that. I don't know. I could see that. Okay.
Yandere Sim's main story mode is about eliminating 10 rival
All right, now I'm jumping the gun. I'm sorry.
characters. Each of these characters are released one by one, so like episodes for a TV show. Yandere Sim is regularly updated. So is Yandere Sim a live service like Genshin Impact? Kinda, but not really. It doesn't have microtransactions. Even though
Well, that's good.
Yandere Sim is not finished yet, you can do a lot of different activities and mess around in it like a sandbox.
Okay, I'd say that that's actually not so bad.
So I guess Yandere Sim may be an early access game. Look, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, one thing you have to understand is this game, as far as 10 rival characters, only has one, Osana, since I last covered it, okay? Now, the game's premise is pretty simple. You start off, create a new save file, pick the, affection of your choice. You basically create your character, your I guess, wannabe husbando in this case.
Okay, so you play as the Yandere then? Okay.
To hunt this person down, you find out that a bunch of other people are attracted. So in the first character, Osana's attracted. So you got to figure out a way to hide Osana, and basically make sure that the husbando falls for you. Okay, that's
this is so dumb.
pretty much the general idea. Now you
Okay, I will say though that alright, this game in of itself doesn't seem too bad. It's like, okay, it's like a weird idea, but okay, maybe that would be fun. I don't know. I've never played it, and you can't diss it till you try it, right?
start the game, you pick
I gotta go Femyoz, I'll be back, I'd be on Discord, blah, blah, blah. I forgot my password, alright, I'll try to remember. And I hope you enjoyed your stay. Kappa Kaiju made a great breakdown of the developer purgatory that is Yandere Simulator. Well, damn. When did the voice actors start getting paid? There's voice actors? Jesus Christ. Damn. He did come out and say that he was not using the Patreon for the game, only he was short on payment for the voice actor. Okay. Wait, wouldn't the voice actors be for the game? I mean, good if they did, but I thought most of it was voluntary work. I have no clue. Look, I'm going into this as a blank slate, or at least I'm trying to, alright? I'm not trying to, jump to any conclusions about the guy, alright? I don't have the evidence, alright? I haven't seen enough, or if I have, it was too long ago, it's not fresh in my mind, so I'm not gonna go off of faulty memory, alright?
Pick through a whole variety of kill strategies, which in
The rabbit hole, yeah, I'm sure there is a rabbit hole.
that
but-
case, I will say the game
I will say that based on what I do know, I don't like YandereDev. I think he's a fucking weirdo, right? But I'm not gonna say anything definitively about him. I'm not gonna make definitive claims. I'll make jokes about him, but I won't make definitive claims. At least not yet, right? I need to see more.
is impressive, but you start to see that the focus of the game is kind of spread, okay? I don't know why we need a select panties screen for now.
That's fucking weird.
It's a little weird. Maybe focus on the core gameplay aspect first, but let's read more into it. There
Wait, maybe, what if that is the core gameplay aspect? I mean, hey, how can you, like, the game would be unplayable if you didn't get to select which panties you wear at the start.
There is a 1980s mode which is complete, but it's a very simplistic version of the main game. It's like the 10 characters, but except without all the uniqueness. And obviously the game has been retooled to match the 1980s. Again, you know, the game seems like it could be fun, but it is woefully incomplete. So when people ask about rushing game development,
So it's not just me that sees potential in it.
he starts to bring up No Man's Sky. Do you remember Cyberpunk 2077? Have you learned nothing? If your game has issues, it's better to delay the game and keep fixing it until it's ready. Bro, both those games are much larger in scope than Yandere Simulator. And even if we're going to bully Cyberpunk 2077,
Okay, here's what I would... Look, if I was talking to YandereDev right now, and he was having a conversation with me, and he was asking me for advice, my genuine best advice for the dude would be to treat it almost like Minecraft, right? So just, at some point, you gotta release the base game, right? But you can still update it. You can still add features, right? You don't have to make it complex as shit before releasing it. I mean, hell, Minecraft, when it first was released, right? Once it, went through all the beta stages or whatever, once it went through alpha and beta, on its first actual full-on version, right? It was still completely different from what it is today, right? It's completely different. There's so many new features that have been added since, slowly but surely. Why doesn't he just do that? That's what I want to know. Just, like, even if, or, hell, maybe you decide that, okay, I really, really don't want to release it as a full game yet. Okay, just treat it like, Minecraft was treated in the early stages, where it's like, okay, yeah, you buy the game, alright, you pay money for it, it's still in the beta stages, so it's for a lower price than it inevitably will become, or whatever. It's like 50% the price, so get it now while you still can, type of thing. And then developing it that way, and then listening to the feedback of the people that are literally spending money on it, I guess, and being like, okay, that sounds good. Just adding some random shit, I guess. But there was more, even in the early stages of Minecraft, right? There was some, like, sure, they did kind of add random shit all willy-nilly, is what it does seem like a little bit, but not entirely, right? They just sort of added stuff, I guess you could say, but at the same time, it's like, okay, but there was a purpose to it, right? And there was some level of order and coherence to it, right? It wasn't just like oh yeah, let's just add, stuff, and we're not gonna, release the game actually, at all, and we're just gonna, have it for, okay, I don't know, I think that there are ways of doing this, alright? I don't know. It just, make a smaller version of the game. It doesn't have to meet your entire vision, right? You can expand upon it and get there, right? Your vision should be a long-term goal, right? And the short term could be, okay, you get a small aspect of your vision. It's a complete game, but you can still update it over time, the same way you would with Minecraft. That's my genuine best advice for the dude. That, and also, if it's true that you've been grooming minors, don't do that. That's really bad. Don't do it, alright? It's not good, it's bad, alright? What the fuck?
77. Yeah, the game was buggy on release, but at least the gameplay loop of driving around the city, finding new loot, and going through a linear story were all still complete upon release, okay? It's just the game was obviously buggy. That didn't negate from the fact that the story was there, the world was there.
Yeah, I think that this is also a good point. obviously the order in which you do stuff is going to matter to an extent, right? You got to get the basement. So, look, when it comes to game development, okay, I'm not an expert, so maybe my advice here is completely shit and there's something I'm missing. But from what I understand, the best way to do it is, okay, start with like the base mechanics, right? How do the movement mechanics work? You know, what when you press whatever the buttons are that make you move. How do the aiming mechanics work? How does shit get rendered, right? Focus on that stuff first, right? Just do all of that, right? And then once you finish that, and get all the technical stuff at the very base level done, then create the story, right? Add the story to it, right? Add one story that's coherent from start to finish, right? And complete that, and, you know, make that into the game, right? Then release that. Okay? Or even if it's just as a beta, still release that, right? And then you can maybe either add, you know, you can add new stuff, maybe as snapshots if it's not complete, be like, oh, this is an idea I had, all right, I'll put it in a snapshot, it's not an official release, or maybe it isn't an official release, depending on, or I don't know if I'd say like a beta release is official or not, right? But just do what fucking Minecraft did, okay? It worked. You know, they made billions and billions and billions of dollars, okay? I don't want to hear it. I mean, sure, now that it's owned by Microsoft, I mean, that's going to be part of the reason why, but still.
A lot of things were actually completed, it's just obviously not as polished. Your game is still missing 90% of the goddamn content. So here he starts comparing Hitman and Yakuza. Hitman is a game where you assassinate targets. Yeah,
I wonder if the issue is that YandereDev is really good at starting things and coming up with a new idea, but then they get like 1% of the way done adding it, and then they just don't do anything with it, and then they just leave it like that. Maybe that's what's happened.
like Yandere Simulator. And then he mentions how Yakuza
YandereDev has said all mechanics needed are in the game. It still isn't out. There is a demo, but it's not quite complete either. I mean, fair enough. Like, yeah, just work, like, oh my god, this is, I almost feel for him in this regard, because I understand not being able to focus on just one thing, and feeling like you have to do everything at once. Like, I get that. Hell, I'm guilty of doing that on my YouTube channel, right? Where I'll just, like, hyperfixate on one thing, maybe, but then I also do everything all at once, but then also I don't get anything done. I mean, hell, that's why my channel has plateaued in its growth. But that's okay, you know? Because at the end of the day, I'm aware of that. I know I need to make more videos, right? I'm not going to sit here and, you know, justify and post-talk rationalize everything I ever do, right? I'll admit, okay, yeah, I should have a better strategy for this. I just don't, right? But I'm self-aware enough to acknowledge that that's the case.
like a bunch of goddamn mini games. As you can see, Hitman and Yakuza are very different games. Ask any Yakuza fan why they love Yakuza, and they will gush about how fun it is to do goofy stuff like singing karaoke. Yeah, Yakuza might have a bunch of side stories, but they obviously have a main plot, bosses, an entire gameplay loop to go after. And one thing about Yakuza is it's very similar to old school, like, you know, SNES, NES games, where a lot of those side activities have core gameplay loops that bleed into each other and into the main path as well. Want to make a crap ton of cash in Yakuza? Work the side
That game has been in development longer than the FF7 remake? Well, damn.
side activities. You'll find out by doing the side activities.
But that demo took many years. Yeah, I don't know.
You'll be stronger and be much more prepared for the main stuff, okay? But why am I going into other game designs here, all right? He starts to mention Dwarf Fortress, which, by the way, this game was such a meme that for a while people thought that it would actually get a full release before Yandere Simulator. And they were right. Dwarf Fortress is on Steam, killing it right now. Dwarf Fortress is a well-known game about 15 years ago, but I understand that a lot of young people have never heard about it before.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Dwarf Fortress was made as a public download in 2002, while it was still in an incomplete state. Does anyone say, damn, this game still isn't finished? People just understand it's a kind of game that's permanently in development. Yandere Simulator.
Yeah, I think, again, Minecraft is the perfect example of this. Is it like unfinished in the sense that, oh my god, it's like so obvious that like this game is incomplete, there's so much stuff missing? No, but it's constantly in development. I think that YandereDev needs to, you know, take that same approach where it's like, okay, maybe the game is constantly in development, but it doesn't feel like there's like missing features. It's not just like oh yeah, let's not have anything be finished, right?
It's simply one of those games.
And it's like, okay, maybe you finish something not as well as you would have liked to have, right? Maybe some of the mechanics aren't as good as you want them to be, or whatever it may be. As long as you, like, there are so many instances where it's like, okay, but you can change that later down the line, I think. Now, I know that there's going to be some things where it's like, okay, if it's a base mechanic, and then you apply it to everything, and then everything is sort of built from it, that, okay, I understand if that's the case, then yeah, okay, maybe you want to spend a long time doing it, right? But other than that, I think that there are many instances where it's like, okay, but you can complete it in this way. I don't know. Again, I'm not a dev. I'm not like a game developer or anything, so maybe I'm wrong, but...
Yeah, the difference is your game is just a sandbox. With Dwarf Fortress, you could still generate entire, like, fortresses. You could actually play through a core chunk of the gameplay loop, right? Obviously, they were...
I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with, you know, something being a sandbox either, right? I mean... Minecraft didn't have a quote-unquote endpoint until, whatever, the end was added to the game, right? And it was still a great game before then. And also, is that really the endpoint? Not really, right? The game doesn't really end, right? That's just a goal that you can have.
Expanding upon it as time went on. Your core game still isn't even finished. Nobody knows how long it should take to complete this game, because nobody has tried before.
Yeah, but why is it taking him so long to finish the core game? That's what I want to know. Like, or at least create a finished version, or a finished iteration, right? You can make more than one iteration. Like, you know, you can make new iterations that are better and improved upon later down the line, but again, just make some sort of, you know, even if it's not up to your, you know, perfect standard or whatever, some iteration of it. And then maybe if you want, you can change it later down the line. I mean, hell, this is what I should do with my videos when it comes to editing. Rather than editing it all in you know, this, like, insane, like, oh my god, it needs to be perfect. Just start by, whatever, cutting up the footage, and cutting out the silent parts. And cutting out things that I don't want in the video. Literally just start with that, you know? Even that in of itself can do wonders for, you know... And then it's like, okay, so is this, you know, and then I have a decision to make. Okay, do I want to, does it matter if I upload this video sooner, right? Is this a time-specific video related to time-specific drama? If the answer is yes, then it's like, okay, just upload that. It's not like it's bad content, it's just, okay, it's not insanely edited or whatever the fuck, right? And there are other instances where it's like, okay, this is a video that I want people to watch and enjoy, like, 5 years from now. Well, if that's the case, then yeah, I'll spend a little bit more time. And obviously, there's going to be content that sort of does both, but, you know, and that's sort of where it gets a little bit convoluted, but still, the thing is, the first time you hear that, yeah, it makes sense, but he's been making that statement for years on end now. It's an excuse. Okay, why doesn't he finish it? That's what I want to know. Like, what is going on? Like, what is he doing wrong here that's preventing him from finishing it? Because again, I don't know too much about him. I don't know what the reasoning behind him not finishing the game is. Like, is it just he doesn't have the attention span for it? Is he too much of a perfectionist? Like, I'm genuinely curious now. Now, I've been talking for a while for this specific part, the reason being I need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to talk for an extended period of time before and after. So, before I go to the bathroom, I just need to put it out there, alright? I don't understand why he can't just make the game that isn't perfect, but still good, alright? Just the idea being, whatever, somewhat fully fleshed out at the very least, right? Even if it's not done perfectly, and then improving upon it later, right? Like, think of it, like, I like to think of it as, like, a video project, right? Okay, you have the raw footage, right? You know, and, you know, maybe I don't, like, okay, on one hand, I could, you know, do everything all at once, and you know, add every time I cut up the video, I need to add an effect before I do anything else. Or I could just, you know, cut out all the silent parts, order everything the way I want it to be ordered, cut out anything that needs to be cut out, and then there you go. You have a video, right? That's a video, right? And then afterwards, if I want to make it better, what I can do is I can be like, okay, well, now I have this video, but I want to do more, right? I have a vision for this, and then I start doing that, right? But there's a level of coherence to it where it's like you do have a finished product. It's just you're improving upon the finished product to make it even better, right? But that doesn't mean that the product before you made it better was unfinished. And that's sort of, and I know this isn't the best analogy because in my mind it's like, okay, well, no matter what, I'm going to spend a ton of time on the editing. But even for me, it's like, okay, but even in, you know, in that sense where it's like, okay, I'm not going to release the less edited version to the public, right? Because then it's like, okay, when I release the more edited version, less people are going to watch it. It's like, well, we already saw, like, a worse version of the video or whatever, right? So why watch it again? I mean, you know, but unless it's a stream, because it's like, okay, you were there for the live event and you want to see how it becomes a video. I feel like that's different, right? I don't know. Can't stay here, have a good stream, Femyoz. Goodbye, puppy from the alt account, and I hope you enjoyed the temporary amount of time that you were here, you know? And I hope you enjoy looking at the new camera, you know? Does this camera have... Okay, what I want to know, does this camera have, like, a filter on that makes my skin look better? Or is it just, like, that... It just, like, built different? Because I don't think there's, like, like, something filtering out my acne or anything. I think it's just the way it accounts for lighting. It just makes people look better than they do IRL. Whereas, you know, if you're taking pictures of yourself on your phone, unless you use filters or whatever the fuck, you know, in airbrush to make your skin look nice, it's like, I feel like it makes me look worse, you know? But this has the opposite effect. I love it. YandereDev has a history of blaming fans for delays, blaming anything but himself for the delay. Okay, this is what okay, that's where I draw the line. Now I don't have any empathy or sympathy for him, because if he blames other people for his own fucking dumbass shit, even if it's due to, like, whatever, oh, you know, he's mentally ill, or whatever it may be, you know, he feels a lot of, like, that's still not his fans' fault, or whatever, right? Like, if I'm, you know, struggling to put videos out on a consistent basis, I don't blame you guys. That would be shitty. It's not your fault that I can't get my lazy fucking ass to stop procrastinating, alright? Even if there's some mental block, that's not you guys causing it, right? Filters L? Damn, I see how it is. But yeah, no, I don't think that this camera has, like, a filter or anything on it. I think it's, like... I genuinely think it's just the way... Because, like... Maybe my skin just looks better now. Fuck, I don't know. Because, I mean, it's not like I mean, the lighting is good and the camera is good. I don't know. He had a partnership with a game studio called Tiny Builds, but he, quote, fired the other programmer and caused a bunch of trouble breaking the partnership. That's the debauched version of it, but yeah. Did I pronounce the word debauched correctly? I hope so. I might not have. I'm bad at pronouncing words. Look, alright, you know what? Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah,
If I pronounced it correctly, then I didn't say anything. And if I pronounced it incorrectly, then I was doing it as a joke, okay? I'm definitely not stupid, guys, okay?
World of Yandere simulators and designs have always...
Oh, right. I also need to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna play... whatever... a segment of this, and then I'll be back, okay?
It's been tried before. Like,
Sorry.
there's people that have been
Have to pull a Hassan, alright? But I'll talk a lot after.
making Yandere-like games. But obviously, if you look at the development history of Yandere games, you'll realize how cursed it is. Nearly half of these games are unfinished. Even the ones that are released are woefully underwhelming. And for the games that even we've referenced on this channel, like Lovesick and Love Letter, have had their own cases of drama that have caused the entire projects to explode. This is a cursed industry. Yandere Simulator is a world first. Nobody else has ever developed a third-person social stealth sandbox-based serial killer simulator set in a school. Yeah, maybe that might be the thing stopping it. Featuring over 100 different features, mechanics, and systems. These are all the features, okay? Maybe this is the reason why your game isn't complete. Maybe you gotta finish the game instead of working on all this, okay? Not everyone can be Chris Roberts. Even Chris Roberts made a lot of good games. You haven't finished one yet. Now, the code for Yandere Simulator has always been a topic of discussion in the community, and for as many videos that exist about YandereDev, there's about as many thought-out, carefully crafted videos from actual programmers about the discussion of YandereDev's actual coding ability. For instance, one of the most hilarious ones that I've ever seen was this private void calculate affection, which if you see these else if statements, yeah, this is like this is just like a trademark of the YandereDev coding style. What YandereDev could write in like 16 lines of code, somebody could correct and eventually make it into one line of code. Somebody even gave the idea that just replace it with one line. Affection level, integer math f clamp, affection divided by 25. Yeah, maybe YandereDev could do that. But then, of course, you've also got other points of code that have been showcased where, I shit you not, each digit on the hand has been given a reference, a point. So, for instance, you can see left hand index 1, index 2, index 3. That's not one fucking index finger. That's digit 1, 2, and 3. And of course, instead of reusing some of this stuff to clone onto another character, no, it's referred again, entirely different. So yeah, it's a lot of little tiny things like this that all build up and cause the code to be as inefficient as possible. Which is why even in this gameplay that you are seeing, I am running this underneath a 4090 with a 32 threaded processor, okay? 16 core, hyper-threaded everything. And to understand, okay, even with my system at 1080p, I'm facing stutters. It ain't GPU stutters, even though the geometry in this game is fucked to high hell. No, even the CPU can sometimes be taxed, okay? There are issues in this game. Now, is YandereDev aiming to fix these? Probably not, okay? At the end of the day, YandereDev doesn't want help. He doesn't want any advice. No matter how much people tell him that he could optimize his game any better, he will not listen to it. That job is reserved for when the game is completed. Some unfortunate soul has to be fivered in, and they have to be the one optimizing this game. And let me tell you something right now. I don't wish that on my worst goddamn enemy. Now, whereas YandereDev used to earn somewhere north of $4,000 a month, which is a pretty good earning for an independent game developer making a hyper niche game, that support has dropped drastically below. We're talking to the point where we are sitting at $1,284, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, what caused this massive drop? All right, first off, it's been trending that way. But recently, something has come out which has basically caused this game's entire development to be questionable. Now, back when I initially covered it, one of the interesting things that I read from YandereDev's debunk thread was talking about age of consent. Now, normally, I'm going to be honest with you.
Sorry, I'm like really fucking tired. Holy shit, sorry. Pulled a Hassan, I know. But, I'm built different, okay? And by that I mean, okay, but I can also autistically ramble for like 20 minutes before and 20 minutes after to make up for it, okay? I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh god, the ears fell up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, uwu. Anyways, where was I going with this? Oh boy. Sorry. My hair was in my face. Oh my god, I'm so dehydrated. That's what I needed, is water. That's why I'm like, oh god, why don't I feel well? I haven't drinking water in hours. Oh, man. Now, in terms of the YandereDev, coding inefficiently thing, I think that there's some amount of that you can get away with. Especially if, whatever, you're in the developing stage or whatever. There was some of this in Minecraft, right? This is something that Notch talked about, right? He was like, oh, yeah, the code is really inefficient, sorry, it's a fucking mess, to other devs that were working on the game, right? But he had other devs working on the game, right? It's oftentimes most likely making the code more efficient, right? If you're just one person doing it, and you don't have all the answers, you're not like the greatest coder of all time, you're gonna want some people that are smart and talented to help you with that, right? I think that if YandereDev had used the money that people were giving him to hire other developers, that this game could have been successful, right? But because he refuses to allow other people to work on the game with him because of reasons, I guess, it's like, oh, now this game is unplayable unless you have like a fucking RTX 4080. So it's like, okay, great, that's awesome. Maybe don't do that. Look, I understand, maybe the code doesn't have to be perfectly efficient the first time around, right? You could, but like, okay, what I would recommend doing at that point is, okay, maybe that's like temporary code or whatever the fuck to get the job done. And then maybe you introduce new code later down the line that's more efficient to improve performance. I mean, hell, isn't that what Minecraft Java has done? I think, maybe. or maybe it wasn't even meant to be temporary code, but well, I mean, come on, they have done things to optimize it, I'm sure, right? Because if they didn't, then it would be, I mean, hell, I mean, it doesn't run as smoothly as Bedrock, but hell, even Bedrock gets kind of fucked when it comes to performance a lot of the time, and I think it's just because, okay, they're adding features faster than they're improving performance, basically. That's what it mainly boils down to, and it's like, god damn, I don't like that it does that, but okay, I can live with it. We'll all be fine. All running on spaghetti code? Yeah. It's like, okay, I understand, okay, if there's like some amount of spaghetti code, it's fine, right? It's not the end of the world. But if the entire thing is not only spaghetti code, but it's like, okay, there's like 16 lines and it could be one line, that's fucking crazy. That means that the game is it could run 16 times faster. If in that one instance. At least, right? Whenever it's doing whatever the fuck the 16 lines, it's like, oh, you could make that 16 times faster, basically. Maybe not 16 times fast. I don't know how much it would improve performance if it would be, I don't think it would be exactly 16, but like, you get the point, right? It's like, okay, it would run faster, like, by a lot, at least 3 times faster. I don't know I don't know if it has diminishing returns or what, okay, but, oh god, again, I'm not a computer scientist, so I don't know exactly what all the answers are, but I can make my best educated guesses. And you know what? That's what I've been doing, alright? That's what I've been doing. And you know what? I think that if YandereDev, well, maybe he can't do it anymore because of the shit that's come out about him, but if, let's say hypothetically, this YandereDev didn't do or say really weird fucking shit, he could have just turned it around and hired people. It's not like there weren't people that would be willing to do that. Like, if he had come out and said, you know what, guys, I think you might have been right, I need help with this game, but I don't have enough money to hire somebody full-time, so if you donate to my Patreon, that money will go towards, hiring another developer to work on the game with me, type of thing, right? They'll work on it with me, or maybe even they'll work for me. Either way, okay, what if the money isn't enough? Okay, well then they save it for the game, right? In case they do end up being able to hire it, right? But I don't know if he's even capable of doing that. I have no idea. Like, he seems to lack any and all self-awareness from what I've seen. Which, I mean, whatever. If you're socially awkward or whatever it may be, that's fine. You don't have to be the most self-aware human being on the planet to be successful when it comes to, making, I mean, hell, Notch was, known for being extremely awkward and fucking autistic as hell in real life. Not knowing how to interact with people. Being a pretty lonely person, right? I mean, hell, that might be a big part of what led him, into whatever, going, towards some, political positions that are not my personal favorite when it comes to politics, let's just say, alright? I don't know, I feel like, I don't know. If I were to have, like, a political discussion with Notch, though, I feel like I would be a lot nicer to him than I would to most people that have his positions. Because it's like, oh no, boohoo, poor innocent billionaire. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but I understand what it's like to be fucking isolated as shit, to not know what you're doing socially. I mean, hell, I still fuck that up a lot of the time. Now, I got to a point, before COVID where it was like, okay, I was okay at faking it till I made it, right? I was decent at it. It's like, I feel like I've lost that ability a little bit, right? It's like I've become so terminally online that whenever I interact with people in real life, it's like, okay, at first they think I'm, like, really cool or whatever, and then I'll say some fucked shit, as, like, a joke, and I think it's obvious, right? But it's like, then they're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like, it's like, oh yeah, I guess I'm not supposed to say kill all conservatives, because they can't tell that I'm being semi-ironic mostly, and that I don't actually want to literally kill them all, but that I also do hate it's like, okay, maybe they're not terminally online enough for that, right? I'm awful socially. I don't know if I should blame COVID myself or both. I think it's a combination of all of that, right? I think part of it is my fault. I think part of it is literally just COVID. Like, I've been inside and on the internet for so fucking long now that it's like, oh wow, yeah, I forgot what having social skills is like. And, I was actually quite good in a social sense. Not in terms of was I satisfied or did I have a lot of friends, but after a certain point, I was really good at being likable. And I feel like I've lost a lot of that charm that I had, right? Now, whenever I'm being genuine or myself, right, aside from when I make, like, really offensive jokes for shock humor, which a lot of people don't seem to like, it's like, whatever. Like, I was starting to talk to people, and, at college or whatever, and it's like, yeah, I was starting to make friends, and now I think that they probably hate me because I probably said some things that they think are too far, and it's like, but and now I'm like, oh, fuck. I've been fucked up by the internet. My mind, I'm so internet-brained now that it's not even funny. It's like, oh yeah, that's right, you're not supposed to interact like that in real life. So, in summary, I fucking get it, okay? Socializing is fucking difficult, alright? Especially, like, the longer you go without socializing, the worse it gets. And the worse it gets, the less you're gonna want to socialize. And it's this constant negative feedback loop, right? It's like, well, everybody hates me now because I said dumb shit. And it's like, but you gotta keep going. You gotta keep trying. Maybe try with different people. But at the same time, it's like, you gotta have some sort of agency. You can't just, like, throw your hands up and be like, oh, there's nothing I can do, I guess I'm just helpless and lonely forever. You gotta do something, and hell, this is advice that I need to take. Frankly, if I'm gonna be honest, am I being a hypocrite by saying this? Yeah, absolutely, because I don't fucking take this advice. Not that it's been given to me that much, but I'm sure it has at some point. It's like, god damn. It's like, I truly am the most terminally online motherfucker. But at the same time, I don't know. Anyways, that was a long side tangent, and that was very deliberate, because I'm making up for the Hassan moment, alright? I'm very sorry. The social rules are bullshit anyway. Rich, funny, handsome are the 3 codes of social. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because that's the thing, is, well, one, it's going to depend on, okay, who are you, where are you in both your life, and, in terms of, like, how old you are, what groups do you hang around, etc. That's going to be a big factor, right? And then another big factor is going to be, okay, what are you particularly good at, what are you not so good at, etc. Like, the thing about social interaction that really gets to me is, like, the thing that I hate the most is I feel like I have to be fake to be likable. Because it's like, and part of it is going to be a bias against myself, right? I fucking hate myself. But I feel like, okay, well, part of that is because, insecurity be like, bruh. But at the same time, it's not just insecurity, right? There's a little bit more to it than that, right? It's not just that. I think a combination of me being terminally online, right, especially after COVID, of me never really having any, okay, I mean, there's some exceptions to this, but in general, genuine friendships have been hard for me to come by. I've been good at pretending to be, social. I'm very good at that, or at least I was. I'm probably dog shit at it now, right? Because I don't care if I'm seen as somebody that has a social life. I don't fucking give a shit about that, right? I don't care if people perceive me as somebody that's, like, socially inept or whatever, right? I'm not gonna just be a fake person and, you know, fake it till I make it, because at that point, because I don't make it, right? It's like, okay, I make it in the technical sense, right? It's like, well, technically I achieved the goal, which was to be perceived as, you know, not socially inept. But, you know, just because I'm able to, I don't know, portray a somewhat accurate approximation of a normal human being does not automatically mean that that's actually what I'm like. And it's draining, and that might be the real reason why I'm an introvert, right? Is because it's not just draining because I don't enjoy social interaction. It's draining because I don't enjoy fake social interaction, where I treat it like a performance art. Except, at this point, maybe, no, now that I think of it, maybe it's a little bit different, though. Because if I'm doing this, isn't that what this is? I mean, yes and no, right? Because, you know, even though I'm talking with chat or whatever, right? You know, I don't respond to every chat message. I don't respond to them that fast. I'm the center of attention, right? In a social situation, you don't really do that. You know, it's more along the lines of, oh, you're just kind of there like everybody else, and you talk. You like, the goal is to, like, talk the same amount as other people, and to say, like, kind of the same things to fit in. And it works. And then there are things where it's like, okay, because I think differently, I can take advantage of that and use that different lens through which I perceive the world, to make funnier jokes or whatever, and whatnot. But other than that, it's like, okay, I don't enjoy that. I've never really had very many genuine, real friends where it's like, I'm being myself. So I don't fucking know how to be myself. When am I supposed to have a filter while being myself, right? What is supposed to... it's like, okay, if I'm being myself, it's like, okay, that puts me in a completely different position, right? It's gonna be a lot more hard for me to be self-aware if I'm not playing a character, right? If I'm just being me and not putting all this energy into how I portray myself, then I'm way more prone to fucking up because there's less self-awareness, right? And maybe this is why people have a tendency to, you know, do stuff, and then after the fact, they're like, why did I say this? And then they reflect upon it for hours and hours, and maybe that's, like, the more healthy thing to do, but I can't stand that. I can't stand remembering every little detail, remembering every fucking word of what I said. I hate it. And delete your channel? Why? It's hard to find real friends in this world. Everyone puts up a front. Yeah. And it's like, when should I? Versus, when should I just, like, stand my ground and say, no, fuck that. That's stupid as shit, alright? If you expect me to be fake, then don't be friends with me, alright? Fuck you. Versus, okay, now I'm just being, like, an asshole. I'm being, like, whatever. I don't want to say too honest, because it sounds like, I don't know, something a Nisian would say. I don't mean it as in, like, a... You know, like oh, yeah, oh, sorry for being honest, like, in like, an asshole kind of way, but, like, okay, like, as in, okay, obviously not everything that you think needs to be said, right? Like, okay, sometimes you want to have a filter, right? In general, right? And that's something I struggle with. How many abrasive things should I say, right? Because it's like, okay, there are things that are off limits, quote unquote, that aren't really off limits, right? And it's like, I can sort of walk on the line a little bit, and I think that's perfectly fair, to cross a few boundaries, right? But not too many, right? And don't cross them too obnoxiously, I guess. That's what I struggle with. And again, me doing this whole live streaming thing, I think has, I don't know. It's fucked my perception a little bit, but at the same time, it would be even more fucked if I didn't do it, right? I mean, hell, I think that what I need is a combination of shit like this and real life interaction, right? Sort of to balance each other out. Also, my cat's trying to leave. Hold on. But that's the thing, right? Is when it comes to, you know, the way in which the way in which I'm perceived, right? That's gonna matter to an extent, right? Now, the thing that I think is good about me streaming, even though I've, whatever, fucked up many times in the eyes of the public. It gives me recorded evidence of like, okay, here's how, I'm perceived to have fucked up. Let me think about this. It's easier to reflect if like, okay, here is people directly saying, what they think about me, as my critics, rather than a pussyfooting around it and being like, oh God, I'm just gonna talk about you behind your back and just be like, they're really fucking annoying or whatever. Or if I say something directly, it's like, okay, I just don't think it was good for you to say. It's like, okay, right? Like, it's like, okay, that doesn't work with me, right? It's like, okay, if you're not confident in your opinion of me being in the wrong, why should I take it seriously, right? It's like, okay, my natural inclination, even if it's just, they're not good at confronting people, is to think, okay, well, if they're not confident enough to say it, as if they mean it, it's like, okay, maybe they're not taking it that seriously, or maybe they just haven't thought about it that much, right? I don't know. And maybe that's not true. Maybe they've thought about it a shit ton, right? I constantly say things that normies cringe at, just embrace it. But it's not just about saying things that are cringe, right? Like, okay, the people I hang around are also willing to embrace the cringe. The problem is that they perceive me as extremely insensitive, right? Because I make fucked up jokes, shit like that. That's what they have a problem with, is like, I'll make really fucked up jokes. And they're like, no, you're not allowed to joke about that. And it's like, why? It was funny. And they're like, no, it isn't. And it's like, I don't know when I'm in the wrong versus when are they in the wrong. It's like different in a social context as well, because it's like, okay, I could be correct, but like, is it a hill worth dying on? Is also a question worth asking in a social sense, right? Reading the room is a skill. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Is like, I can read people and I can read the room, but it's like, it seems to only apply after I already say something dumb, right? It's like, before I say it, I might not know how it'll be perceived, right? I understand people's reactions, right? And their emotions. I understand how people feel when they express those feelings, right? It's not that I'm bad at reading people. It's more along the lines of predicting people. And sure, people can be predictable, right? But the problem is if I'm constantly thinking of it from like I'm playing chess here kind of thing, that comes across to me as manipulative, and I don't want to do that either. It's like, yeah, I can predict everything people do and constantly think about it, but to me, that's a waste of energy, I don't have a good filter. I curse a lot, but I think the key is to identify what people are around. Yeah, that's like and it's like, once I see somebody as like genuine and somebody that like I can talk to with less of a filter, that's usually where I fuck things up, right? It's not like the first time I talk to them. The first time I talk to them, I'm great, I'm good at first impressions, kind of, Maybe I come across as a little awkward, but it's not in a way that is a detriment to me, right? It's more about, okay, how do I maintain this? And also, once I let my guard down a little bit, it's like, that's when I say more of the dumb shit that I probably shouldn't say, right? Shit that I might say on the internet even, right? Now, seeing people react to shit I say live, not just in chat, but like, okay, here's people's facial expressions, right? People that don't have ulterior motives. I think that that's going to help me with the streaming thing. And I also think that the streaming thing helps me, it's like, okay, stuff like this is perceived as bad, so don't do that in a social setting, right? If I get canceled for it on the internet, don't do it in real life, type of thing, right? And maybe some amount of vice versa, right? I've definitely ruined the mood with the wrong words, but hey, I learned. Yeah, but it's like, I feel like I'm starting from scratch again, because it's like, I haven't been I naturally have, like, this predisposition to be antisocial, right? And I try my best to avoid it, because I get lonely as shit, okay? I'm not gonna lie. I used to deny it and be like, no, I'm not lonely. I just don't care about people. It's like, well, you do, but you're just you're just autistic as shit, right? Can I ask why you're not monetized? Because YouTube fucking sucks. They decided, hey, honestly, I don't know why either, because they're not willing to tell me. They're like, oh yeah, some of your videos were hateful and or harmful. And I'm like, okay, which videos? And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, we're sorry we're not able to verify it for security reasons. It's like, no, shut the fuck up, alright? You don't, like, if you can't even give me a list of videos that you find problematic, or what, something I did or said, then what's the fucking point? Oh yeah, it's hateful because reasons, I guess. Is it something that somebody else said in a debate? If that's the case, well, first of all, that's completely unfair to me because I would be arguing against them, so that would be the context. And B, if it's something that I did say, I would like to know what it is so that I don't say it again. Like, I'm willing to, play by their rules, even if I toe the line. I'm still willing to do that on their platform, begrudgingly, but still, right? If it's, but at the same time, if I don't know where the line is, then I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, right? I don't know what line to look out for. I don't know what things to specifically avoid if they're not willing to tell me. And hey, I get it, right? Okay, maybe they just don't want to deal with, every fucking small creator that gets demonetized or whatever by their fucking automated frankenfuck of a bot, okay? Maybe that's the case, right? Maybe they don't feel like looking into it or looking into the context or actually paying attention. I get it, but at the same time, it's like, why should I get fucked over by it, right? YouTube is bad at telling their creators what's up. Yeah, exactly. Are you willing to watch the new FNAF movie? I am not, to be completely honest. Oh no, I thought that was by choice, not against your will. Oh no, it is against my will, believe me. It is against my will. There's a reason that I link my Streamlabs and whatnot everywhere. But I don't have, my channel's not mine, because, like, if nothing else, it's definitely, there's no downside to being monetized, I don't think. YouTube is big, they should be able to afford enough people to watch the things their bots are flagged. Yeah, I feel like the real reason, in my mind at least, as to why my channel got demonetized is, okay, there's a few reasons it might be, okay. One of them is mostly other people have said slurs in debates and whatnot, in past live streams. It's like, okay, maybe it's that. Right, maybe that triggered something, right? Because it's like, whatever, they're trying to get the stream taken down or whatever the fuck. And it doesn't work, but, maybe it works for demonetizing. I have no idea. Or maybe if 5 quadrillion Cheeto fans all report the same video, maybe that gets everything to be fucked. Again, I don't know. Like, maybe if there's, like, a certain flag to view ratio, it reaches a certain threshold, then maybe it just automatically does it, and they don't look into it, because, surely if there's that many people, or that proportion of people flagging it, then it must be accurate. Like, I don't know, it's probably something like that, because I don't think that I've said anything in a video or in a live stream, specifically, that warrants me getting removed from the partner program, right? Fuck, I'm late again, you're always streaming when I'm busy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You better pay me $500. No, I'm just kidding. But if you wanted to pay me $500 for daring to show up late instead of earlier, then, have at it. But yeah, no. All jokes aside, welcome to the stream. It's flagged because femboy, I've seen... That's seen as porn. No, it's not because of the femboy thing. Because the reason, quote-unquote, that they gave was very vague. But it's like, okay, it's better than nothing, right? So I know it's not the femboy stuff, right? Because they said that it was because some of my content apparently is hateful or harmful in some way, without specifying why, right? So I'm guessing it has something to do with some shit that people have said in debates. I'm guessing. That's my best guess. I don't know. But, yeah, I don't know. They have people like that. I even know one. They're, like, flooded with so much shit, a lot slips through. Wait, what? No people like what? Anyways, we've gotten really Okay, Cinderman, stop monologuing and read the damn chat. I'm sorry. Do your parents talk to you? You sound like you have nobody to actually listen to you. I mean, there's a difference between listening, quote unquote, and like listening and like understanding, right? I'm somebody where it's like I have so much going on in my mind 24/7, right? That doesn't mean I'm smart or anything. It just means that there's stuff that I'm thinking about a lot, right? So I have a lot to say, right? And so there's a lot of things I have to say in order to actually be understood. My grammar's not grammaring today. Or did I say people to understand? Okay, I can't even remember. Fuck, I'm stupid. Maybe there was no grammar mistake. I don't know. Come on, you've been bullying people in the past. Okay. Bullying so wait, hold on. Bullying as in what? I bullied Leafy? Oh no, the poor innocent soul that talked shit to and about me first. Oh, okay. Oh no, I made lighthearted jokes. It's like, okay, the one instance in which I would actually agree with you, it's like, okay, but I deleted that stream way before any of the demonetization stuff happened. Way before that. So, I don't think that, people who watch flagged content, I don't know but like, for all I know, it could just be like okay, YouTube, changed their algorithm or something, and then that fucked my channel. I have no idea. But yeah. The real question is who's better, Lil Durk or King Von? I don't know. I don't pay too much attention. But yeah, no, I don't think that bullying someone or whatever the fuck isn't a good enough reason. I don't think that, for instance, Leafy should have been removed from the platform, right? They removed him for a shit reason. Or I think a better example is actually Mumkey Jones. Dude did fucking nothing wrong, and they just decided to terminate his channel for no fucking reason. Which is insane. Now, obviously, that's a lot worse than demonetizing an entire channel, but still, the point still stands, right? YouTube does not base, they don't base their decisions off of what's, good for creators or audience members, right? That's not how they make their decisions, right? They don't give a fuck about any of that, right? No, I mean, these people exist? Well, yeah. Well, a lot of people exist, though. Yeah, I don't know. It could literally just be, okay, I was getting, like, a lot of hate, so maybe that, that combined with, the, maybe there's, like, a shit ton of people that were, like, I don't fucking know, right? I have no idea how any of that works, right? I'm not, nor does anybody, really, because, again, unless you work for YouTube and have a, even if you work, it's like, even the people that work at YouTube don't fully understand the algorithm. The people that work on the algorithm don't fully understand the algorithm because it's so fucking complex now, and there's, like, it's just changed so much over time, and it's like, oh god, it's like nobody knows truly how it works anymore. Maybe false mass report. Yeah, it could literally just be there were too many people false flagging my shit. Right? Which is insane that's even able to happen. Like, that shouldn't be like burnt battle bagel. What you're failing to understand, despite having no sympathy, you might fucking hate me, right? But if you're okay with this type of behavior from YouTube, right, and this type of action being enforced, you do realize that whoever is next on the chopping block might be somebody that you like, somebody that you would defend, right? If let's say I'm at the edge of what is considered acceptable or not acceptable, right? I'm a little bit past that border, right? I'm as edgy as you'll get, whatever it may be. I have, I'm willing to say things that are more controversial than anybody else, right? I almost inadvertently, without even trying to, act as a shield for people that are controversial but less controversial than me, right? So if the most controversial person on the platform gets removed, well, who's next? The second most controversial person. And then if they get removed, the third most controversial. And then it gets to a point where it's like, okay, then you start removing people that really, 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 really shouldn't be removed, right? It's like, okay, maybe you would be happy if I was removed or whatever. YouTube is corrupt, I get it, but if you go down too, then oh well. So you don't think that you know, you don't think there would be any benefit in everybody collectively agreeing, you know, to defend each other from YouTube fucking up? Because that's something I'm willing to do. Like, I don't... Like, on one hand, obviously, whatever, I left comments, you know, mainly for shock value, but still, some, whatever, deliberately fucked up comments on an Cheeto video. But there was another video, and I don't know if anybody has ever talked about this, right? But you can go find it. It was, I think it was after his EDP video got taken down, or something. One of his videos got taken down by YouTube. And I was saying, look, I don't like Cheeto, but, like, his video should not be taken down, alright? Even I, you know, am, you know, against what YouTube did here. I think that we all need to collectively agree, regardless of how much we all fucking hate each other, that censorship is bad. And that was something I said, and I'm like, you know what? This is the part where people say, rare Femyoz W, right? Some people got there, some people didn't. It was kind of mixed, but, yeah, I don't know. If you go down, somebody worse will show up? Huh? I don't get it. No, the problem is not that somebody worse might show up, right? The problem is that the main problem is YouTube is literally just trying to sanitize the shit out of itself. It's trying to make everything all sanitized and you know, getting rid of all, you know, edgy content as much as possible, right? As much as they can, without, you know, literally having it be an actual detriment to their own platform, right? And trying to, you know, make it as boring as possible, alright? Look, Bagel, I understand if you're not that politically active. I get it. So I'm not framing this through the lens of politics right now, right? Or at least I'm trying my best not to. I mean, sure, there's some underlying political tones here, right? But if for nothing else, censorship is bad. At least, if for no other reason, making the world a more boring place. If you like comedy, or, you know, enjoy watching comedians make edgy jokes, you should be against censorship on YouTube, because that is one of the main categories of people, is edgy comedians that get targeted. Again, Monkey Jones is the perfect example. But commentary guys haven't been banned, like, okay, first of all, wait, you're seriously gonna use the commentary YouTubers who are, like, whatever, not even close to being as controversial as me? All they do is just say what every other commentary YouTuber said. They're not willing to, you know, go against the grain ever. You know, they don't say edgy jokes anymore. Maybe they might allude to them occasionally, right? But they don't actually say anything, you know, that they don't have that same edgy aesthetic anymore. They try to, but it doesn't work, right? They're trying to be middle of the road, and like every commentary YouTuber is like trying to be what they perceive as like the most average approximation of what a commentary YouTuber is. They're not trying to do anything different anymore, right? You don't get people like Filthy Frank or the old iDubbbz or anyone like that anymore, right? You don't get that in commentary. It's the most uninspired, uncreative content imaginable, right? Like that's just a that's just a fact. Right? There's a reason that very people with the most whatever basic, unimaginative, middle of the road, and look, I'm not trying to diss Moist Critical or Some Ordinary Gamers, right? Okay, they seem like cool people, but it's like their content is not spectacular, right? But they're like some of the most popular people on the platform, right? When it used to be people like Filthy Frank, it used to be, oh yeah, if you do like some really insane, funny shit, that's how you would blow up back in the day. But that's not the case anymore. So, no, you are wrong. You can say, oh, well, you know, maybe there are some commentators that toe the line, and to an extent, maybe. Not as much as I have. Now, you might not like me or my personality, or you might think, oh, Femyoz is too abrasive, or, oh, they're too much of an asshole, or, oh, they crossed too many lines. That's fine. I might not be your cup of tea when it comes to my style of humor or content or whatever it may be. You might think that some of the things I said were in poor taste, and you know what? I don't even disagree with you. I'm sure I have said some things in poor taste. In fact, I know I have, right? But at the end of the day, Moist Critical was around for ages before you. I remember his beginnings. He's insanely creative. Look, I'm not saying he's... Look... What I mean by that is he's not willing to push it. You know what I mean? Now, his delivery, I guess you could say, like, the way he delivers his lines or whatever the fuck, the way he says stuff is very fucking good. And yeah, he's a creative person, but he's not controversial, if that makes sense. Not in the same way that, like, whatever, Filthy Frank was. Now, sure, Filthy Frank was, you know, pretty much respected by most people, right? I think. At least the people that I saw. But again, commentary can be a bit of an echo chamber, so maybe he wasn't, you know. But I'm sure that, like, obviously, you know, more mainstream people are going to be like, no, that's bad. And it's like, fuck those people, right? But it's like those people are you know, have a bit too much of a say, right? It's like, again, there is a reason why there's not another Filthy Frank on the platform. It's not just I mean, sure, part of it is, okay, nobody can truly replicate Filthy Frank, right? But there should be some sort of equivalent to it. But there's not. That's not a coincidence, right? In terms of what, you know, audiences want, or, you know, the people that watch YouTube want, there is 100,000,000% a place for it. There is a demand for it. But the reason there's no supply for it is because YouTube won't allow it anymore. And this is why anyone that has really paid attention to the way YouTube operates in situations like these, this is why anyone who has been on the platform for a long time and paid attention to how it works and how things can affect people are going to agree with me on this. Right? This isn't a political thing. This isn't even something that's, you know, I mean, sure, it is at this point in my own self-best interest to argue this, maybe, but it's not going to do anything. This is something I genuinely believe. And I've been preaching this since the beginning of my fucking existence in commentary spaces. Even when I was just whatever, kind of lurking in the background and being a little bit of an orbiter, but not really. You know. Controversial types need chaos to make up for the lack of ingenuity? No. Do you think that... Do you seriously think that Filthy Frank was, you know... Actually, it's the opposite. It is the opposite. Now, Reactor... I don't know if you know who Reactor is, but he fucked with Grade A Yandere, right? He did fake reaction videos, right? He pretended to be a reaction YouTuber, kind of like Jinx back in the day, or I guess XQC would be the modern day equivalent, right? So he would do shit like that, where he would add like no commentary. This was deliberate, right? To create a catalog or backlog of content so that people are less likely to question it when he does insane shit, right? People didn't know he was trolling until way later, right? And he was very controversial. A lot of people fucking hated him. I mean, hell, Grade A Yandere made a video, you know, basically, you know, shitting on him or whatever, right? Because he didn't understand it was satire, right? So it caused controversy, right? But there was so much good shit there. There was more ingenuity there than anything that Moist Critical would ever make, right? Again, this isn't to diss big content creators or whatever, right? It's more just, I don't think that you have to be controversial to, you know, have a lot of, you know, ingenuity either, right? Now, frankly, again, who deems you to be controversial is going to be, you know, it's going to vary And, you know, the number of people that care, the number of people that are willing to defend you, all of that stuff is going to vary, right? And, you know, it's like, okay, sure, there are going to be people like, you know, for every person like Reactor, there's going to be like 20 Keemstars, right? That, you know, it's like, okay, they don't have much ingenuity, right? They're not like the smartest people or whatever, right? But they know what they're doing, right? And, you know, it's like they have a working model or whatever, right? Then again, does Keemstar even still make content on YouTube? I mean, would he even be successful if he did that? I mean, maybe. But he'd have to, like, tone it down. I mean, I guess he did ultimately tone it down over the years, in some regards, but still. Thing is, Moist Critical is very cute. He refuses twink death. That is true. He's one of the few twinks that can pull off not having twink death while having facial hair. I gotta go lay down. I feel a bit sick, but enjoy the stream, y'all. Well, thank you for watching. Feel free to just, like, listen to it in the background if you want. If that, like, helps you keep your mind off of it. If not, I totally understand. Goddamn, that's like a... You know, maybe I shouldn't say that. That sounds like a very... I mean, it is in my best self-interest. Yeah, promoted algorithmically. Having them on in the background. Yeah, no, I mean, I'll admit, okay, that's mainly me acting in my own self-best interest, I'll be honest. But it's a suggestion, nonetheless. You don't have to. Obviously, you don't owe me anything. You don't owe me your time. You don't even owe me 1 nanosecond of your time. I could do that long. Yeah, I mean, like, that's one of those things where it's like, okay, if you want to watch the stream, or, you know, you want to know what I have to say, it's like, yeah, just lay down. Again, there's a reason I do this in a podcast format, right? I want it to be the case that, yes, you can watch this visually, and there's more you get out of it if you watch it visually. You get to see my facial expressions. You get to see the occasional zoom effect. Wow, that's crazy, right? But you can also listen to it, right? The audio quality is pretty decent. You know, you don't have to look at it. You can know what's going on. This is also why I can't stand when streamers, you know, read things in their head, like chat messages, and then they respond to them, like as if everybody else is looking at chat. It's like, no, people might listen to this as a podcast. I don't know, that's how I view it. It's like, I want this to be content that you can watch, not live, and still be entertained by it, right? There's a reason why my past live streams get, like, twice the number of views or whatever the fuck, maybe even more than that on average, than the views that they end up getting while they're live, right? Now, part of... And keep in mind that YouTube algorithmically promotes them way more while they're still live, right? Like, way more. There's a reason that you get way more fucking... a way bigger spike in views if you stream. And then a way bigger, you know, it dips off a lot more, I guess, right? After the fact. Whereas when you upload a video, it's like, okay, there's less of a spike, but it dips down a little bit more gradually. So you end up getting more views per video, right? Especially if you make evergreen content like I do, for the most part. I do want to watch and participate. Well, don't feel like you have to, right? I mean, if you're feeling sick, all right, I don't want you to feel pressured to type stuff in chat. I mean, obviously, it might be more fun to do it, to engage or whatever, right? And hell, I mean, it promotes the stream algorithmically to an extent, but, I mean, even you being here helps me out, right? Even you sticking around helps me out, right? It's beneficial for me, you know? So don't feel bad about it. Don't feel like you have to participate. If you are feeling ill, your #1 priority should not be the stream. It should be your own health, okay? Go get some rest. Also, something I want to know... sorry, not know. I mean, I do want to know if I'm doing this well or not. But something I want to do, I guess, that I hope I'm doing well, is making podcast-style content live that you can interact with, while also, you know, being able to listen to it as a podcast, while also being able to find it really engaging, even if you're watching it after the fact, regardless of whether or not you're watching it visually or not, or listening to it as a podcast, being extremely engaged, or if you want... You could just, you know, use it as background noise for all I care, right? I want those to all be viable options. Hell, I hope that the audio quality is good enough and consistent enough where it's like, okay, you know, you can fall asleep to it if you really want to, if you're really tired. Hell, I do this, you know, I might have, whatever, a Vosh stream playing as I go to sleep. It's not because Vosh is boring, it's because I want something to listen to. It helps me sleep. It's like, okay, I've tried not doing that a bit. Yeah, like, I've tried, it's like, okay, there's so many instances where I'll try to fall asleep without doing anything like that, because it's like, okay, I know technically you're not supposed to be on your phone, you know, like, what is it, 20 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, somewhere in that ballpark before sleeping. But then it's like, I try that, and it's like, but it doesn't work. Now I just have more energy. I want to do, I don't know. My brain is all backwards. It reacts to things the opposite of how they should. Of how it should, you know? Talking about streaming isn't the best for streaming, I always thought. You could be correct. I don't know. I mean, I do have a passion for streaming, and I like to talk about whatever I have a passion for. I love participating by saying dumb stuff you reply to. I mean, that's fair enough. But yeah, I don't know. The thing is, right, is I have a passion for streaming. I have a passion for politics, though that's dwindling a little bit. Not much, right? I'm burnt out on the politics side of things. I was about to start playing Minecraft more often, and you know what? I kind of am, but I'm getting burnt out on it already again. Also, something I really need to do is, I'm sure that this is something I can do, I just haven't got around to it. What I need is, I need to get some sort of, like, USB, where it's like a single USB cable that plugs into a USB port, and then at the end of it is, like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 USB ports or something. If I do that, then I'll be able to plug in my camera and my mouse at the same time, and I'll be able to use this camera instead of my old webcam while doing Minecraft PvP. And by my old webcam, I don't mean the one that was lagging constantly that I was using before this. I mean the one that's even worse quality. Right? What one would that be? You know what, I'm not gonna... What would I even show? You know what, I'll the one that looks like... Hold on. The, integrated webcam. The one that... Oh, wow, there is the thing at the bottom. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, the one that looks like this, right? Like, this is the difference in quality. It's a big fucking difference, okay? It's a big difference. Very big difference. So let me change it back, okay? USB video device. So much better. And then let me turn this one off? No, wait. Wait, why is it... Okay, well, I fucked everything up. Here we go. FPS, make sure it's at 60. Sorry. Oh god, this was stupid. Color range, full. Okay, good. Alright. Good. And then let me... Yeah, alright. This is good. Good. Camera full. Yeah. But anyways, that's... do you guys, like, appreciate the fact that there's a better camera, or does nobody really care? I mean, aside from not hearing me bitch about the camera lagging or whatever, like, let's say, like, okay, you know, for, like, you know, for some of my stream, it's good, yeah. I hope that people can appreciate stuff like this. We like nice camera. Okay, good. Because, like, I feel like for those of you watching this visually, like, being able to see my face in a way where it's not just, like, a still frame of me half the time, it helps a lot. It adds a lot, I think. Right? You get to see, and not only that, but it's, like, a better camera quality. It looks more professional, I guess. I think if I become successful, I'm gonna end up having the most gay-ass lighting. Like, I'm gonna have, like, the most bisexual lighting, okay? gay slash bisexual lighting. You know what I'm talking about. Bisexual slash gay slash gamer lighting, okay? Whatever you want to call it. The colored lighting. You know what I'm talking about, okay? And it's gonna be like, I'm gonna make it into an aesthetic. You know, maybe I'm thinking, okay, this is way later down the line, right? But, like, if I were to, like, make a shit ton of money, and I was able to afford it, right? Like, once I'm able to, like, consistently make money from this, let's say, right? Like, you see the door frame over there? Colored lighting, baby. You see this, there could be, like, a rectangle of lights. You see the, or hell, you know, up this wall, or whatever, or on this wall. I mean, sure, there's Bald Martin there, and he's a beautiful bald man. But, I mean, I'm probably never gonna remove it. But, you know, you can add lights below and around it. You know what I mean? Maybe even on top of it, who knows? Audio reactive LEDs? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't even need to be audio interactive. I do have LEDs on, like, the, I mean, you can't see it because of where the camera is. But, like, on my desk, which is below where the camera is, like, on the side of it, facing me, are colored lights, but they don't work anymore. They're broken. They broke a while ago. And, that sucks, but I do miss them. So maybe I get something like that again. Time for ring light and soft boxes. I think the light I have on the side is like a soft box. I also do have, like, more of a hard light, if that makes sense, in front of me. Like, I can turn it off if you want. But then I feel like, okay, is this better or worse, though? Oh, wait, it's auto-focusing, but once it's in frame, is this better or worse? I feel like it's worse, right? Or is it better? I can't tell. I don't have a good eye for... Worse? Yeah. Okay, so it's not just me. Sometimes it's hard to have a good... Yeah, so it's like, okay. Now, while this is a hard light, I also have it, like, turned down a little bit, so it's like, maybe that is why it works. But yeah. Like, I want, like, the bright light... The brighter light, I want to be, like, diffused through the thingy, so it's, like, whatever, a wider area, and then it's, like, brighter at the side, so there's more light, but it's, like, also... I don't know how to describe it. Okay, anyways, sorry, I am rambling about lighting. We are here to talk about YouTube drama, not lighting. I'm very, very fucking sorry, alright? I'm sorry. Alright? Anyways, let us talk about the thingy where basically what we are going to do is we are going to, alright, we're planning your setup, damn. Okay, guys, tell me right now, be honest, okay, do you mind when I talk about shit like this, when I talk about, oh yeah, feature my YouTube channel, or is it, like, self-centered? Of course I care, you are a femboy, we look at femboy, true. I'm a lighting maniac, lol. Okay, that's fair enough. But for everybody else that's not a lighting maniac, does this bore you? Right? Because I don't want, because, like, don't get me wrong, it scratches my autistic brain. Well, yeah, me too. You know what, maybe my target audience should just be people that are autistic as shit. I love planning and setting goals and aspirations. Yeah, because, like, I don't want to be somebody that's, like, coming across as, like, too self-centered or whatever. Like, oh, that's all you talk about is, oh, yeah, okay, Femyoz, when you have, like, 5 billion concurrent viewers and you land, and then you go on the moon because you're rich. Okay, we get it. You love yourself so much. It's like, okay, but I care about this. I'm autistic, but I don't care about lighting. Right, but there's different types of autism, right? You get what I mean. Too late. No, I like that stuff. It's parasocial food. That's fair enough. I also don't care about lighting, but I do care about the whole setup. Okay, so I'm glad you guys care about that. Because, like, for me, like, something I struggle with is balancing content and genuine personality. For instance, if you're Mr. Beast, right, your main focus is going to be the content rather than the personality. But at the same time, I'm a streamer more than I am a YouTuber at this point, right? Now, I love video creation. I don't know why I don't upload more, to be honest. I need to. I kind of don't care, do whatever. Yeah, but I don't want you to be, like, disengaged or whatever. Like, because you're bored or whatever, right? I want to hear about politics. That's fair enough. We might get into that. I did say that I was going to watch Baby Pine's video on YandereDev. So, as a result of that informations, okay, as a result of these informations, alright, what we are going to be doing is, we are going to go onto the YouTubes, alright, and, we are going to, do the thingy where basically, hold on, let me go to, oh wait, not what I meant to do. No, stop. Oh my god, I hate using a trackpad. I need to get the USB thing I described. Sorry, feel free to donate money so I could afford that shit. I'm broke. I mean, I'm not literally broke. Oh, wow. Who is this literally motherfucker on screen? Oh, wow. Oh, wait, sorry. Who is this? Start to finish, right? And complete that, and, you know, make that into the game, right? God. Such an attractive individual at 1080p, 60 FPS. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, also, I forgot to smash like. Now I have. Alright, then release. Sorry. Let me go, to your, channel. Hold on. My turn. Hell yeah. Go to channel. Oh, wait. I need to close this tab. Or at least... Yeah. Hold on. Make a rant on Femyoz. Great idea. Okay, so... Alright, let me look at the channel first. Alright? I'll analyze your channel. Just from the perspective of another content creator. Alright? From one content creator to another. Alright? Is that... Are you cool with that? Or do you just want me to watch the video? Or do you want me to do both? Obviously, I'm going to watch the video no matter what. But before that... Oh my god, my thing keeps getting caught on the mic arm. Anyways, so you have like 1,000 subs. Just over that. Yes? Alright, fair enough. Alright, so... Let's see here. Let me put on... My ears fell off. That's awesome. Hold on. Let me make sure... You know what? Excuse to do my hair. Kind of. To play with my hair, really. Alright, hold on. Anyways, let me do a channel analysis. Okay, here we go. For real this time. Alright. Baby Pine. 1.01k subs with 47 videos. Alright. And it seems like... Alright, Pine Spot, come watch me. Baby Pine. And you have a very simplistic channel design. It's neither the best nor the worst. So I'd say it's decent. I've seen better, I've seen worse. Let me look at your thumbnails. Right, that's right. I was gonna do the thing where I put my glasses on. Alright, let me see. So, thumbnail design. Alright, your most recent video was 3 hours ago with 21 views. That's about what you would expect for a channel your size. I get more, but that's because I'm built different. So, yeah, you get about the view counts I would expect. It's not, like, good or bad. You have a video with 12k, that's pretty good. 5k, 7k, 3k, that's pretty good. For, obviously that's not most videos, but still. So, the most recent thumbnail. I can't see what those first two words say unless I zoom in. The something... Lil Tay is back, / is this a publicity stunt? Parentheses, Lil Tay's Instagram story, I assume. Now, okay, this has her in the background. Oh, that says revival. See, I had to zoom in. To see that. And obviously, now, I don't think any of this thumbnail text is necessary. The reason being because you already see Lil Tay in the thumbnail. And in case you somehow don't recognize her, it's also the first word in the title, right? So you don't need to put Lil Tay as thumbnail text, right? They already know it's Lil Tay. It's in the thumbnail, right? So I think, okay, in terms of the title, I mean, I don't know what I would put as the title for this because I haven't watched it, so maybe we watch it afterwards. I mean, I talked about the little taste stuff anyway, but yeah, for the background, I would do something that contrasts more, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, right? I guess something that, I mean, it's not the worst. And then maybe just to color correct the image of her in the background. Or, you know, maybe make like a, or, oh, for the thumbnail, because, you know, she's come back and she's older now, maybe you could have like a picture of her when she's younger as like the before picture, and then a picture of her currently, and then maybe, or yeah, so maybe for the before picture you put like, what was it, like 2017, 2018 or whatever, whenever that first picture was taken, and then in the second one you put 2023, or maybe you add like an arrow from the older one to the newer one, or maybe just, you know, this is her now, or, nah, that's too much thumbnail text. I'm not a big thumbnail text person. I'd also say that these don't have good thumbnail text in terms of the font and color. It's like, it doesn't stand out. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, it's not eye-catching. So that might be something that your channel suffers from. I can barely make out what this thumbnail text says. I'm nitpicking. 2017 to 2018, she was popular. Yeah, so I would, yeah. So that's what I would recommend. Again, I'd say, like, this seems to be a common mistake, is you'll put the person's name in the title, but their face is already in the thumbnail, right? So if they do already know who it is, then they're going to know based on their face. If they don't already know, then they're not going to recognize the name, so it's not going to mean anything to them, right? So you do it here. YandereDev, Rachel Ziegler, but okay, well, I don't know either of these people, but I don't recognize their faces either. So the thumbnail text also doesn't add anything. Same thing over here, EDP, right? It's like, well, I know the video is about EDP. He's in the thumbnail and title, right? So I'd say that's one of my main criticisms right off the bat. That could, so if you sort of work on that, you could easily increase your CTR. Now, for the video content itself, since we're talking about the YandereDev stuff, what we're going to do is we are going to watch your video. Yeah, that is right, everybody. We're going to watch the video. Fabric background on all of them too, by the way. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I think that, yeah, I don't know. I think that maybe just work on color correcting a little bit too, so that things pop more, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, the more things pop, the better, in my opinion, right? So,
hello,
yeah.
everybody. Today our topic is YandereDev, otherwise known as Alex. This is like kind of old news, but more shit has been getting uncovered recently, so I...
Do you have like a mic, like a better mic that you can use, or like a... I'm not gonna ask you, like, okay, I'm nitpicking. If you don't, there are ways to remove the background noise. So what I do is I go on Audacity and I record there, and for the first 10 seconds or so, I don't say anything, right? So it just picks up the background noise, and then I do the recording. Then I select the part where it's just the background noise. Then I, get the noise profile. Then I use that for noise reduction. Hoo-ha, the whole world works, right? So yeah, maybe look into that. Because right off the bat, it's like, I'm feeling the, ooh. That's something that bothers me a little bit, but it's not that big of a deal. And I know there are people that are more bothered by it than me.
I figured, oh, why not?
Pronouns. The fan in my spa was on. I didn't even know until right now. Yeah. I mean, it's not the biggest deal. But yeah. So let's see what you actually are saying now.
Hello, everybody. Today our topic is YandereDev, otherwise known as Alex. This is like kind of old news, but more shit has been getting uncovered recently, so I figured...
So right off the bat, I would say talk about how there's, new shit has come out. There's already been past controversies, but say that new shit has come out first, right? Because you want people to know right away that this is new stuff, right? Now, obviously, it says new victim in the title, but you obviously want to establish the fact that, yes, you are delivering this right away.
Figured, oh, why not hop on this? Like, I remember 3 years ago there was some stuff being spread around about him, and, we're just gonna look at this topic again, because why not? I'm sure there's a million videos about it already, but who cares? I'm going to take my slice of that pie as well. And also, I would just like to note that on Monday this week, I got laid off from one of my jobs. It was the only job where I worked for someone else, so I'm not going to face financial hardship or anything, but...
So, alright, this is an interesting way to start a video. I think, okay, firstly, what's your target audience here? My little Tay video has evolved since the YandereDev video. Alright, fair enough. Alright. I'm gonna speed up your video a little bit to like 1.25.
But now I have extra free time, which means I'm going to make more YouTube videos for you. So, yay, super fun.
So I'm not sure what your target audience for this is. It seems like you're trying to do like personality-based content. If you are, then I would recommend, even if it's a video that about something else you're talking about, put your face in the thumbnail somewhere, right? So that they know, okay, yes, this is Baby Pine's video. This is something that she posted. It's gonna have her in it and her personality, right? But if you don't do that, right, and it's just branded as it's just the new grooming allegations, and then the first minute of the video is you not talking about the grooming allegations, people are gonna feel misled by that, right?
I know. So YandereDev is a man who is really...
I have a lot of people who are into skincare and 40-plus-year-olds who, yes, are into personality. See, that's the thing, though, is I wouldn't know that just from looking at your channel, right? I had no clue. I didn't even know you did face cam videos. I mean, sure, that was a pleasant surprise for me, because I'd rather watch a face cam video than, whatever, commentary gameplay, or, just someone, talking unenthusiastically about something they don't give a shit about to try and get views or whatever, over like a black screen or like a really bad slideshow, right? So obviously, that's my preference, right? But again, I wouldn't have known that, right? So if somebody sees, the title and thumbnail for this, right, they're not gonna know it's personality-based content, right? But even just branding it with your face in the thumbnail sort of makes it more obvious, I guess, right? Because it's like, okay, so obviously YandereDev is in the thumbnail, so that's who the video is about, and who's this other person? Well, it's probably the person that's running the channel, so they're probably doing face cam, right? So right off the bat, even if you're just doing the classic YouTube thumbnail, surprised face or whatever the fuck, that genuinely, and I'm being dead ass here, adds a lot in terms of telling your viewers what's in the video, if they haven't seen any of your other videos, I guess.
Really well known online. He created the game Yandere Simulator way back. That was like, I remember when that game first dropped and people were going crazy over it. But he is a man with a vast online presence. He had multiple previous aliases, and his online footprint is probably like pretty well known. 3 of these prior names were Eva Zifon, Zifon Eva, and Neon Eva Zifon, which are combinations of 2 anime titles. So, you might be saying, why does this matter? I don't know why it matters, I just feel like it's probably a good choice to have a little bit of background on the person before we get into what they've done. Okay, so now it's time for the allegations. Pedophilia is the main one, grooming of minors is the other big
So the pacing in the video, I mean, sure, I have it sped up at 1.25 times speed, but still, is improving, right? But again, if I'm a normal viewer, it's like, I might not be watching this far, because it's like, okay, actually, no, if I watch this, I'd probably skip ahead.
Focus for today. So, a couple of years ago, there was
Femyoz, you are the last person that should give YouTube advice? Why?
Allegedly a 14-year-old girl who he was sexually talking to and trying to coerce into doing sexual things for him, which he tried to debunk it. There was another video that I had just recently watched, And he says that that 14-year-old never existed. It was actually a man on Tumblr who was posing as a 14-year-old girl, and that's why it shouldn't be a thing anymore. Like, people should stop talking about it just because of that, which I disagree with. If you were running under the premise that that was a 14-year-old girl, that's icky and gross. You should not talk sexually to anyone who's underage. He would have been around 21 at this point, so, you know, it gives me the
That is, yeah. It also gives me the heebie-jeebies.
yuck.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say heebie-jeebies.
However,
Damn.
that said,
I predicted incorrectly. Oops.
he did at one point have a job
You have ADHD, real.
as a game journalist in, well, it was on examiner.com, which is not really a thing anymore, and he wrote articles about female video game characters and cosplayers. So his little biography, or whatever the fuck he does, it says, LA video game babes, Alex Mahan, a one-man gaming encyclopedia. Alexander knows everything there is to know about video games and the beautiful women that star in them. As a member of the press and the game industry, he gets to play the
I feel like this would work better as like a in like a live stream format, right? Because it's like bare bones or whatever. It's there's not many jump cuts, right? And you know, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe you do a little bit of preparation beforehand to make sure you have all the right information. But I feel like there's more leeway in terms of your pacing when it comes to a live or podcast format, right? Because then the whole point is, okay, yeah, you're trying to talk for an extended period of time, so you get more leeway. I'd say in terms of a video, if you're gonna do a video under 20 minutes, the pacing matters a lot. Because if somebody sees a video under 20 minutes, like they're expecting faster pacing, right? If they see, oh, here's like a 2-hour thing that was streamed, you know, a little, like 5 days ago, it's like, maybe they click on it, right? And then they don't have the same expectation, if that makes sense.
the latest hardware and software.
Femyoz, your channel is demonetized. Well, that's YouTube fucking up, and also I'm a lot edgier and more controversial than most people, right? And I'm not telling people to be more controversial, right? That's not my advice.
At E3 while rubbing elbows with gorgeous booth babes.
Now there's different. She has her own thing going on. Yeah, but I'd say if possible, doing it as like a live stream and then like editing it, maybe even in condensing it into a video can do wonders from what I've seen people do, right? Like, this is what Vosh does, and he's hella successful, right? Slow pacing is something some people like. I like slow-paced stuff. I mean, I do too, to an extent, but it's like, I almost have to have that expectation ahead of time, right? Like, if I see a video, it's like, my ADD brain is like, okay, it's under 20 minutes, so I expect it to be fast-paced, and I also watch videos at, like, including past live streams, you know, that are more slow-paced or whatever, at whatever, 3.8 times speed. I literally got a specific Chrome extension so I could watch videos faster than 2 times speed, okay? I am built different, alright? The only reason I don't do it in streams is because obviously nobody else wants to watch that way. I am different. Slow down, please. Wait, really? I do not know how to live stream. It's a little bit daunting at first. I remember being in the same boat. But once you learn some of like the basic stuff, it's not that bad, right? I could help you with that, because I could see you. That's the thing, is I think you would do really well in a live stream format, right? Because your content is clearly personality oriented, right? It's more slow paced, right? This works for live streams really well. And I could see you being the kind of person that would do a good job at engaging with your audience. I feel like that would be something you would thrive at, to be completely honest, right? That doesn't mean that your video content is bad. I could just see this style, I guess, has more potential in a streaming format. That's a problem why you're watching videos like that more than 2 times speed. Because it's the same information in a faster amount of time. I don't know. But yeah, anyways.
Kind of sounds a little bit sleazy to me, but I can understand, like, journalism. You kind of want the clicks because I think you get paid per article. So if you're cranking...
Femyoz, you are the type of person who likes to see videos at 3 times speed but gets offended if someone sees your videos at 1.5. Wait, what? Why would I be? I don't care if people do that. They can do that. That, like, why would I get offended by that? I'm confused. Whenever I watch my own live streams, right, I watch them at usually 2 times speed, when I add timestamps or whatever, just to make sure that, like, okay, I'm not missing anything, right, because I also want to, like, really pay attention to what I said and be like, okay, did I do a good job here? So it gives me a lot of time to think about it, which I know sounds insane because a lot of people don't even like watching things at 2 times speed. To them, that's really fast, which I get, but yeah, I don't know. Do you watch a video at 144p? No. Unless my Wi-Fi is really laggy on a particular day. I don't know why I would watch it at 144p though. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Out articles about something and they're doing good, they're just going to be like, yeah, make more articles. But still, that's not a good justification to talk about people that are, like, you know, just doing something.
Oh, by the way, if you're going to say that my whole chat is against me, you got to wait for a stream where the whole chat is against me, right? Because otherwise it's just like, okay, you're objectively, you're just objectively wrong.
They enjoy, or video game characters. And some of the notable quotes that he has said about these.
How do you fully experience the tone and or personality of the video at that speed? I guess maybe you don't fully experience the personality or tone, but I mostly do, right? But, like, if I'm watching, like, a video essay from the right opinion, like, it's not personality-based content. My goal is to consume the information. I am an information consumer. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
Things. Nothing could make a man more happy than being surrounded by dozens of attractive teenage girls that all feel unconditional love for him. Gross. One of the worst embarrassments that a heterosexual man can experience is discovering that he is attracted to another man. Okay, I would be happy to help.
Wait, is that something YandereDev said?
Character woo the girl of his dreams. I like how he said girl and not woman. Should have raised.
Personality-based content is difficult to get into because it's such a divisive thing. Yeah, and not only that, but it's like, yeah, it's very difficult. Like, okay, people usually, on average, have some sort of personality, right? But that's not necessarily enough. You can't just have a personality. You have to be able to express it in a way that provides some sort of value, some sort of entertainment value, I guess you could say, right? And that's something I've tried, you know, working on as well. It's like, okay, I know I'm not perfect, right? If I was, I'd have a million concurrent viewers right now, right? So I'm far from it, okay? But, you know. So you are not fully experiencing the video, you're still getting informed? Well, by that I mean, okay, if I'm watching a video at 3 times speed, right, and there's a joke in there, right? Well, jokes oftentimes require a specific kind of timing / delivery to be funny. So I might not find any jokes in it. So if I'm watching a video at, like, 3 times speed or faster, I might not find the jokes as funny because it's way faster. So my brain processes it differently. And it's looking at it through the lens of just consume in terms of the information, right? So I learn stuff, but it's like, okay, it's not just like an entertainment thing. It's like, I need to know stuff fast. I need to learn as much as possible. I said Femyoz, holy shit, chat is against you, how you criticize the video. But I guess Femyoz can't read. Wait, what? Where is chat, like, aside from you? I don't think that anybody is against me right now, which is surprising. Usually there's more people that hate me that tune in. Experiencing the video is, and if you mean against me, do you mean, like, if by that you mean disagreeing with me? Yeah, obviously I'm gonna disagree with chat sometimes. I know, it's crazy. It's almost like my my audience isn't stupid and can think for themselves, because that's the audience I go for. I don't want an audience that just blindly agrees with everything I say without questioning it, right? You are making YouTube less fun for yourself, bro. You got Zoomer ADHD brain. That could be the case. Anyways. Yeah. Let's continue.
A red flag for somebody, but, you know, I guess most people look past that. Here's my favorite. A game about underage girls completely devoid of clothing would be given the equivalent of an adults-only rating and would never be allowed on store shelves. So D3 Publisher did the next best thing and put its characters in the smallest possible outfits. Micro bikinis. Okay,
Oof.
yeah, that's so supremely fucked up and gross, but, you know, apparently these weren't seen as red flags at the time. So why is this situation getting more notoriety, more views, more whatever than the last initial person who he allegedly groomed? Oh, it's because she was 9 years old.
Okay, so I was right the first time. Or maybe I was. I don't know. Again, these are just allegations as far as I'm aware, but yeah, because I had thought, okay, didn't he already get exposed for grooming like years ago or something? I don't remember. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
Old whenever they first started having contact with one
Holy shit, Femyoz, you can't read, Lamau. People are against how you are criticizing the video. Well, you said people were against me, right? Which, you know, that's different. You can be against something somebody is saying without being against them. You know that, right? That's very different. Why does it take 20 minutes to explain a weird... Well, obviously you want to include all the details, and it's not just about the explanation, right? It's not just, I am here to dump information, here is information, right? That's not just that. It's, okay, here's information, and also I'm gonna, you know, add my personality to it, and also do makeup and stuff during the video, which I think is a fair format.
another.
I'm sorry I'm not doing commentary that's, like, entirely related. I struggle with this, right? It's like, okay, well, first of all, I don't disagree with anything she's saying. So, what am I...
You heard that right, 9 years old.
Hello, Nifty Narfy, welcome to the stream. It is nice to see you as well. Maybe that can explain why you can't... Yeah, look, I struggle with this so much. I hyper-analyze everything.
And the girl is currently 16, so... That's the full 7 years. The game should have probably died well before that point, but he somehow manages to keep it going, has a whole Reddit for it, all that good stuff. But yeah, this girl was 9 years old whenever they allegedly started talking, and she is still...
It's life amount. Yeah, I just struggle, and it's also, well, technically I am responding to chat. But yeah, anyways. Where was I going with this? Does anyone know her channel name? Yes, it is Baby Pine. What pronouns do you use? Baby Pine, just to make sure I'm not, like, using the wrong ones. Just want to make sure. You never know. But yeah, it's right here. Person is in chat. Lag? Is it actually lagging? Lyreoz. Am I lagging, or are you just trolling me? Crazy how it would start lagging as soon as you join. Girl ones, so I would assume she, her. Alright, well, her channel is Baby Pine. I think you can search it. So... Yes, you are condemning YandereDev actions, yet you defended Natty Forsyth? Wow, it's almost like they did two completely different things that are different levels of bad. That's crazy. And also, when have I ever said that Natty Forsyth is 100% innocent? Right? That was never my point. It's not the same situation at all, right? Natty is dumb, okay? And she's done some fucked up things, right? But she never actually went out of her way to groom anybody. This is a completely different situation, right? She didn't groom anybody. She didn't go out of her way to manipulate or, you know, No, but to be told that someone grooming a 9-year-old is bad in 3 different ways is annoying. Wait, what? Most people understand announcing a child is bad. I think that it's also going to depend on the delivery, right? So, you know, Femyoz, like, okay, is it actually lagging? Alright, we need to find out, alright? I'm sorry. Oh, God. It's like, oh yeah, as soon as, like, oh my God. It's like, well, the camera's not lagging like it used to, but... Hello, are we back? Hello, 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 hello. Are we back? Hello, hello. Hi. Hi, I think I'm back. Hello, are we back? Hello, hello. Okay, yes, okay, now it's working. All right, we are so back. You are correct when you say that we are so back. It's like, oh yeah, as soon as my concurrent viewers increase, of course this stream has to start lagging. That's awesome. That's great. It's like, okay, you know, whatever. It's like, it's clearly going up and then the stream lags. Come on. Thankfully the lag wasn't too bad. It didn't scare away everybody, I guess. Anyways, smash like if you agree. That lag is bad. The lag was pretty rough. I'm really sorry. It couldn't have been that bad because it was behind by quite a bit, but not insanely. I think it got bad by like the end though, until I reset stuff. Anyways, oh wait, this is the wrong video. Wait, hold on. Let me go back to the other one. Sorry. This is oh God. This is why I love streaming, is I'm so good at miraculously somehow making an 18-minute long video last like 3 hours. Femyoz, again, you need to make a better streaming... Well, no, I can't do anything about my Wi-Fi. There's literally nothing I can do about that. They're like, I'm not even close to making enough money to, you know, pay for better Wi-Fi. There's no way. Rare bulls W, actually. No, like, because I do agree that, yeah, obviously, if I'm, you know, giving as much criticism, like, constructive criticism as possible, right? It's like, okay, I look at things very analytically, right? That doesn't mean your content is bad. It just means I'm a fucking nitpicky bastard. But I do that with everything I watch, is I nitpick, right? I mean, you did say that, yeah, you would appreciate the whatever, the channel analysis, but I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know.
Still being manipulated by him. I'm going to link a video in the description.
Femyoz, your criticism is not constructive, it's just... Okay, what about my criticism is stupid and hypocritical? What advice did I give that you have a problem with? I'd love to know. Like, okay, what? Me saying that thumbnail text that just repeats what's in the title is redundant and not good? Because it lowers CTR, which is kind of true? Like, that's just like a fact? Or me saying that, yeah, the intro matters a lot? Or me saying that I feel like you could be really good at doing this in like a streaming format because you seem like you would interact with your audience pretty well, and obviously you want to do the more personality-based stuff. Like, Femyoz, stop paying attention to nagging little haters. Okay, but the thing is, right, is like, okay, if they're saying something that's like some... Like okay, they were saying, okay, you know, I mean, they were complimenting the person's videos, which I can appreciate. Right? And it's like, yeah, sometimes I might be a little bit more on the nitpicky side, right? Like, I don't even disagree with that. Like, I'm trying, like, if my criticism isn't constructive, like, you gotta give me specific examples of where it's not constructive, so that I can take your constructive criticism of my not-so-constructive criticism and improve upon my ability to do constructive criticism. Alright? That is me giving constructive criticism, for your not-so-constructive criticism about my supposedly unconstructive criticism. This is... Oh my god, there's too many layers to this, I can't.
Of the video I watched, because the person who made that video actually has contact with the girl, and has audio recordings and video recordings of the Snapchat messages that were shared between the two. So I feel like it's a good resource. It's a good resource to have, but it's just horrific that...
I think that the first thing I feel like if you're going to do a video format, I think that the best thing you can do for channel growth, take advantage of the fact that you have editing powers, okay? That is so useful, right? Edit stuff on screen, edit in clips. This is really powerful. I know it takes a little bit longer or whatever, right? That's why there's a difference between live streaming and videos for me, right? That's why I don't upload that much, frankly. It's like, okay, if I can do this in a stream, I'll just stream it, right? I may as well, right? It's the same thing, except people have the potential to, like, donate, most likely. Maybe they don't, maybe they do, right? But at the end of the day, and I also love streaming and interacting with you guys, okay? Anyways, Femyoz spends every stream getting derailed by people in chat. You are to lose. Yeah, I don't know. You going to read chat for the first time and go at it? Yeah, it's like you act as if I don't read chat when I read chat and respond to what you're saying. Femyoz's head tilted. So wait, am I tilting? I'm not doing that intentionally. But thank you. I don't like taking other people's screenshots when they were the only ones to have contact with the victim. They are linked in the bio, though, so they get the views. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Like, usually if you talk about something, it's better to add some sort of visual, right? Because, like, if you're referencing something, it's like, okay, well, I want to see that thing for myself, right? It's like, come on, you're blue-balling me. I want to see the evidence. I want to see the thing. You know, it's like, that's my natural inclination now. Part of it is because I'm fucking autistic. It's like, I need to see evidence for everything, right? So that's part of it, right? Obviously, like, you're saying, okay, this is evidence that exists, but I'm not gonna show it. That's what I mean. I don't know how else to, again, my perspective on this is gonna be fucked, because I have YouTuber terminally online YouTuber brain, so obviously, a lot of people probably aren't gonna care. ADHD, not autism. Oh, I have both, right? You literally haven't read chat for an hour and you're saying people aren't saying anything about me? Give an example. Wait, no. I was asking you for examples and you didn't give me any. You're just sort of alluding to some sort of nebulous bad thing I said or some sort of invalid criticism that I may or may not have made, and then you just sort of allude to it, but you won't specifically say what it is. It's like, do I really need to explain this? Yes, you do. If you are going to try to convince me of something, yes, you need to give me examples. As for, me, spending too much time, hoopty, interacting with these people, I sort of agree, but at the same time, this is how people that start out by hating me end up not thinking I'm so bad. Because they realize, okay, it's a little bit more nuanced than just, okay, Femyoz bad, Femyoz not good, Femyoz cringe. It's like, okay, they start having a little bit more of a nuanced perspective. Bottom behavior, shut up. If the aim is to convey information to viewers, then evidence and receipts are very important. Yeah. I agree, Hoopty. Like, again, this is not me saying your content is bad or anything, right? I think you have a lot of potential, right? But if you want to take it to the next level is what I mean, right? Hell, there are instances where, like, okay, I know in theory what I need to do, but I don't do it, right? My upload schedule is dog shit, and you can tell that I'm suffering the consequences of that because my channel growth has plateaued. Bottom behavior. I hope you're not talking about me. It feels wrong to take the views from the lady who created contact with the... See, but that's the thing, right? I feel like the best way for... But it's like, I don't know... I guess you have a link to the video you referred to, but like, that wasn't clear, right? Most people don't read the description, right? Or bother looking, right? So what I would have done is, I would have been like, here is, like, what they have to say. The full video for that stuff is going to be in the description, so I recommend you go watch that after you're done with this. etc., right? That is actually more likely to get them to look at it. Not only because, you know, you're telling them specifically, you want to see more of this description, right? Whereas if you didn't show anything, right, on screen, right? So there's like a middle area, right? Obviously, don't show everything, right? But you know, you get the point I'm making. And also, if you're focusing on increasing / maximizing your own whatever video / views / audience retention / CTR, if you're promoting their channel, more people are going to see that, right? Because your video will get promoted algorithmically, because more people will see it, yada yada yada, right? That's sort of the no, Bulls, you are fundamentally misunderstanding how metadata works. That's not how it that's not against YouTube TOS. As long as it's related to what the actual content is, that's not against I actually looked at this because I wasn't sure. So I decided, okay, I'll go look into this, right? Oopsie scoopty, I don't really know if you're... Bulls, this is a fundamental misunderstanding. You say that I have an echo chamber, but then you can't even tell if somebody that is, you know, whatever, in support of me, you know, is for or against me because they disagree with me sometimes. That is the opposite of an echo chamber. It is literally the opposite. I don't care about the views or stats. I make videos for myself because, you know what? That's fair, right? And again, you don't have to, like, take any of my advice, right? Or anything like that. That's sort of why I asked, okay, do you want an analysis or whatever? And you said yes. So that's sort of where I decide. That's sort of what made me decide, okay, yeah, I'll give all the criticism I can think of. You know what I mean? You have Augie RFC in the description. Yeah, but we're talking about Augie right now. This was planned. Because I knew you were going to mention Augie RFC. Wait, do I actually... You have Moist Critical in the description? Yeah, because we watched one of his videos earlier. I don't think I have... Wait, do I have Augie RFC in the description? I don't remember. It might have carried over from a previous stream. We saw Critical earlier, I remember that. Yeah, it's like... It's literally just saying what topics are covered in the video. And then usually, once I do a live stream, if I didn't cover all the topics, I will remove everything that I didn't cover. Is that actually bannable? No, not if it's related to what you're talking about. I mean, I'll check again. I'll double check to make sure it hasn't changed or anything. But from what I can tell, no, that's not bannable. Not in of itself. It would have to be misleading metadata. I think that's the distinction, right? I thought it was more of just a social etiquette thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I defend Femyoz from the haters so I can bully them myself. Yeah, exactly. Like, see, here's the thing that a lot of people don't really get about me at first. I don't... Like, not everyone who criticizes me hates me, and I am aware of that. I mean, hell, the criticism I respond to the best to usually is from people that like me, right? Because it's like, okay, well, I know that they're not being malicious, if nothing else, right? Like, how dragging videos out or clickbait isn't bannable, cringe as fuck. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, in my mind, it's like, well, nobody really reads the entire description anyway. And it's like, I'm a smaller channel, so... I don't know. I mean, I might do it, but it's like, if it was really that big of a deal, right? My channel would not have been monetized in the first place, right? I mean, sure, it got demonetized, but it wasn't for that, right? Because there are people that will review the channel, look at, you know, they look at the description and tags too. They look at everything, basically, right? And they decide from there, right? If it was genuinely a problem, then they would have been like, no, fuck you. This is against TOS or whatever. No clue what Mr. Bulls is waffling about. No, Femyoz, you only accept criticism that downplays or sugarcoats this. What do you mean by that? You mean criticism that's, like, actually nuanced and doesn't just randomly assert labels onto me that are very dramatic and over the top without explaining the actual context? Without explaining why what I did or whatever was wrong? Like, again, or you know, just repeating the same thing over and over again if I've already agreed with the criticism. Like, oh, hey, Femyoz, by the way, yo, it's fucked up that you doxed a 15-year-old. It's like, I've heard that 5 trillion times now, and I agree. Now, I also think it's important to mention the fact that, okay, it was I leaked their face specifically, right? So it was, I don't know if it technically classifies as doxing. It's sort of in that gray area, right? But it's still bad, right? And I've disavowed it, right? So as long as you acknowledge the situation for what it is, I'm fine with that. But bringing it up 5 trillion times can get annoying, right? Augie is not in the description. Okay, yeah. So I didn't think he was, but it's like maybe he was in a previous description. I don't know. Yes, because you decided. Well, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying regardless of whether or not it is or isn't doxing, I'm saying it's like in this weird gray area, right? Because it's like, okay, well, technically, it might not constitute as that, but morally, it's still fucked up regardless of what you would technically classify it as, right? I mean, okay, it's like if I want to get into technicalities and weasel my way out of it, I can be like, okay, well, you see, he actually leaked it himself on a live stream of mine by mistake, and then I blurred it in the VOD, but then he nuked my server, and then I unblurred it so that I could roast him, and it's like, yeah, it's like, I could say that, and then as, like, a justification, but if I say that, I'm usually just saying, okay, here's what I was thinking at the time, here's what I think now, here's why I think it's wrong, here's why I think it doesn't matter, right? That's how you grow as a person, right? You have to acknowledge the original thought process, right? If you frame it as not my original thought process before making a counter argument, I'm never going to change, right? Only reason I changed is because I, well, thought about it in a different light, right? But how do you get me to do that? Well, you have to get me to understand why the original thought process in the first place was wrong, right? That's the whole point. Watching this at 10, was that 10, 100,000 times speed right now? Getting a lot of information right now? Hell yeah. Femyoz need to debate bulls right now. This is giving me a headache. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to step away from debate from a little bit. I mean, that's something you might or might not have noticed, is I haven't been debating as frequently. I think it's, you know, I've gotten, like, too debate bro-brained, okay? You're playing a game of telephone? And yet you haven't even apologized? Wait, yes, I did. I literally did. Like 5 trillion times, if you're not aware. I apologized to them in private. I think maybe you're thinking of when I threatened somebody else who threatened me first, and then they you know, said something that was an empty threat towards me, and I empty threated them back, basically. In which case, if you're talking about that, then no, I didn't apologize for that, because they instigated the conflict. And it wasn't like what I did was proportionally much worse than what they did. So, should I have done it? I guess not, because optics, but other than that, you know. Because retired, he deserved the role. Yeah, but he's 15. I don't think so. I don't think, but he didn't leak it on purpose, right? So it's like, okay. He didn't do that on purpose. They never draw. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're acting like I doxed Zarumi. But I didn't. I don't have any information on him. It was literally an empty threat after he gave me an empty threat. So it's one empty threat against another. Now, look, here's the thing, right? Here's why I'm willing to engage like this, right? Even though it's like, whatever, maybe I probably shouldn't, right? But I have a small enough audience / channel where I can do this without really losing that much. Because at the end of the day, I understand why people would believe this, right? Because they are literally misinformed, right? If all you watch is, you know, the hyperbolic dumb shit that commentary YouTubers who hate me talk about, right? It's like, yeah, you're gonna believe whatever they tell you, right? It's easier to fall for that shit than you would think, right? When in reality, there's more nuance. It's like, you can still acknowledge that, yeah, I did a bad thing, or I did a dumb thing, right? Depending on which situation you're referring to. If you're referring to the one where it's like, okay, there was actually kind of a dox, at least morally, I think it's on par with it, kind of. Like, I would say it's if nothing else, a soft dox, right? then it's like, okay, I just don't see the point in acting as if, I don't know, just, yeah, avoid all nuance at all costs. It's like people will just sort of assert labels without any real evidence. It's like, they'll be like, oh yeah, Femyoz doxes children. Well, no, there was only one, and it was a soft dox. They're acting as, like, the problem I have isn't that they are criticizing me, right? There's valid criticism to be had. It's just that they're almost diminishing it in a sense, and making it less valid by making it hyperbolic, so that they get more views, so that it's more dramatized. That's sort of the thing I have an issue with, being like, okay, well, you're acting like I leaked somebody's house address, right? When in reality, it's like, I did something shitty that I should be criticized for. That's what it boils down to, right? But people won't include that as, like, the context. They won't explain it. And then same thing with, like, the natty stuff, like, right? Like, I have people unironically asserting that I am a pedo defender, right? That I am pro pedophilia. That is something that there are people that genuinely believe that now because of what commentary YouTubers have labeled me as. But you haven't seen actual evidence of that. You haven't seen my arguments that I've made. You've seen maybe some out of context snippets of things I've said, or maybe some of, like, the less good arguments I've made that they take out of context and harp on, right? Yeah, okay, I've made a few bad arguments, right? But that's, like, not the end-all be-all, right? I think that if you're going to make these judgments about me, right, you should base it off of what you see while I make my content, not based off of what people tell you to believe, right? Because at the end of the day, every time a YouTuber makes a video on me, you know, maybe there's some valid criticism in there, I will acknowledge that, but a lot of the time, they're sort of telling you what to believe, which, there's a time and a place for that, but just be aware of it, right? Be aware of the fact that it's not the end-all, be-all. Jesus, I've been asleep for hours and you're still doing this? You better believe I am. As a small commentator's docs, pretty sure Samuel just doxed someone and had to apologize, but nobody cares. Femyoz is blackballed, folks. Yeah, that's another thing. Is, like, there's, like, an inconsistent standard against me specifically. It's like somebody else will do the same thing or worse, and nobody fucking cares. Nobody talks about it. It's a nothing burger, even if it's not. But then it's like, whatever. I do something bad, then it's like, oh, it's like, whatever. I make an empty threat, or I, whatever, you know, leaked somebody's face, which was bad, and then roasted them, which was also bad. I think I went too far with that stream, but then I apologized and acknowledged it was wrong, and I deleted the stream. It's like, I don't know. I was giving a compliment. Okay, like, here's the thing. Wait, why is this going to be a hygiene stream? Wait, what do you mean by that? You spread an image he leaked. Yeah, but he didn't do it on purpose, right? And it's like, I don't know. I feel like there was some... I don't know. I feel like it was still... Like, okay, yeah, sure. He's a dumb kid, right? But he's not even a grown adult yet. So, yeah, he's gonna do some dumb shit, right? Like, if you actually listen... Like, I mean, hell... one of the reasons that I've even defended Natty Forsyth is like, yeah, she's an idiot, but being an idiot doesn't make you a bad person who deserves to constantly suffer, right? No matter how dumb you are. Now, that Natty stuff is a bit more extreme, right? But if you are, like, okay, whatever, Femyoz, maybe the Natty stuff was kind of cringe, but, like, it's not that big. Okay, why would you not apply that to the same standard of somebody that I was, you know, shitting on? I don't know. I just think that, like, even if you were, I don't know if you were there or not for the stream, but even if you're entertained by it, that doesn't mean that it was good, right? I can be entertaining while doing a bad thing, right? Like, I feel like a lot of YouTubers do that specifically, right? That's, like, what they do for a living, right? Is it not? I mean, I do remember when we were watching I'm sorry. I get sidetracked really easily. It's like a blessing and a curse at the same time for streamers. Digression over. Yeah, alright, we'll finish the video maybe,
For
potentially.
the past 7 years, he's been talking to a minor. And I did see on Reddit someone was trying to justify it, saying he was not grooming the child.
Yeah, this is also why it's a false equivalency to compare it to the natty stuff. I think it's kind of, like, dishonest to say, oh yeah, this is the same as the natty stuff, even though, you know, 7 consecutive years of meticulous grooming is somehow the same as sending gore, you know, or being a piece of shit on the internet, basically, that is worthy of criticism, but yeah.
Okay. Their reasoning was he didn't seek out this 9-year-old. The 9-year-old contacted him first. Yeah, you heard that, and so did I. So the 9-year-old contacted him first, and he formed a friendship with this person.
Like, I'm sorry, but checking the age... Or, sorry, not checking the age and thinking that somebody is an adult, or 16 or whatever, when they're not, when they're, whatever, 17 or 18, not the same as a grown adult going after a 9-year-old, okay? On purpose.
Crazy.
As well.
And it just went from there. His witty jokes that were slightly inappropriate just...
Also, a lot of natty haters are friendly with Plagued Moth, which is what? I don't know who that is. Also, the lack of screenshots and context. Can you get in legal shit? I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm not, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, she does have more leeway because she's a small content creator, so YandereDev is probably not going to see it, but, you know.
went too far, which isn't a good...
You ever talk to a 9-year-old, you can tell they're not... Wait, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it's a false equivalency, right? To compare this to the natty stuff. I'm saying, yeah, obviously, like, talking to a 9-year-old and going out of your way to do that is not the same as the natty stuff. I'm saying that, yeah, YandereDev is like, an actual groomer based on this information, right? Whereas natty is, like, maybe not the best when it comes to that kind of stuff. She's a degen. Maybe she's a little bit on the creepy side, but I wouldn't label her as a pedophile, right? So that's sort of why I was, yeah. Minecraft YouTubers definitely know how to talk to children. Oh, yeah. It's one of their strong suits.
Good justification at all. You shouldn't talk to a 9-year-old. 9 years old isn't even internet legal, technically. So, like, why are you talking to a 9-year-old kid? And he did post on his personal website an apology, reviewing
Okay, so the apology is real then.
it as, like, a response type thing. So, let's just... Hi, you've probably heard some really concerning stuff over the last few days. By the way, this was posted September 25th of this year. By him, obviously. You've probably heard some really concerning stuff over the last few days. You might have seen a video that has left you feeling worried, disappointed, and wondering what I have to say for myself. There's a part of me that wants to say, no, you don't understand. The video was edited in an extremely dishonest and misleading way, blah, blah, blah. But no, I'm not going to focus on that. Cool, thank you for that. There's a part of...
Wait, are we lagging again? I'm sorry. Oh my god, as soon as I start playing the video again, we start lagging. Alright, let me... Oh, God. Why? Why is it like this? No. Alright. You should do what she does, TBH. You mean, like, what do you... Like, talking about stuff in, like, a broader sense? Oh, shit. It's lagging. Fuck. Damn it. Alright. We're turning it off and on again. Alright. Let's... Yeah. Alright, are we back, bitches? Alright, okay, well, the reason it's a spinning circle of death, after the fact, after it quote-unquote stopped lagging is because I restarted it anyway, because I don't want it to be delayed, more than it needs to be, right? So, yeah. Anyways, and I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to start lagging again, right? Anyways, very sorry about that, I apologize. I have made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. Anyways, let's continue the video without further ado. Let me know if it lags again. I'm very sorry. Very sorry.
Part of me that wants to do what I usually do and type out a
Makeup stream 1 at some point, maybe, if I learn makeup.
massive essay where I over-explain absolutely every single detail about the entire situation.
Pretty sure Plagued Moth sold sexual gore to minors and is alleged predator, question mark. Haven't actually looked into it too much, but it's definitely as weird as natty. I think that sounds weirder. But that's based on allegations, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that they're true. So, yeah, maybe it's about the same.
Provide context to absolutely everything. Go point by
Learning how to do makeup stream when? I don't know, at some point, maybe, potentially, I have no
Went
idea.
down the list of every possible fact that could make the situation easier to understand, but no, I'm not going to do this. No, I'm not going to do that. This isn't a blog post about how, actually, you see, I didn't really do anything all—
Did Natty sex someone who, and they turned out to be a minor? Well, it's been a while since I've talked about the Natty stuff. I don't think she sexted. I think she said inappropriate things before she found out I was a minor, or whatever. Oh fuck, am I lagging again? Wait, is the stream lagging? Chat, please tell me. I hate this. Fuck. If this didn't kill the stream, then I don't know what will, but I think it probably has. I have no idea. Oh god, there's 1 bar of Wi-Fi. Fuck. That's not good. I think it's because it's still restarting. Oh god, this makes me angry. Alright, I'm getting angry again. Oh, sorry. Oh god. If there's one thing that kills every single stream ever, and that is my Wi-Fi being shit. Aw yeah. I love when it does that. It's my favorite. It's my absolute favorite. What do you guys think? Do you like when the Wi-Fi is shit? I know I sure do. It's like the best thing ever. It's awesome. Yeah. My favorite. Let me know if it lags again. How is it not lagging on 1 bar of Wi-Fi, but it said it had 3 bars of Wi-Fi, and it was lagging with that? That makes no sense. That is illogical. What? I live in poor Wi-Fi, relatable. When do you turn 20? In, I don't know, like, how many months? I'm bad at math. Probably like half a year or something. I don't fucking know. Some point in 2024, let's just say. Do Dora commentary. Okay. What would I even say? Can you find the dildo under my mattress? That's right! It's under the pillowcase. Anyways, that was a fucking awful joke. That was horrendous. My birthday is after Christmas? Real. I don't like saying when my birthday is. W? Hell yeah. That was, yeah. I don't know why that was the joke I went to, but, You are almost 20 and you are this problematic? What do you mean problematic? What problems am I causing right now? I'd love to know. It's like, I feel like your entire perception of me is based off of, like, what? The 0.1% of the time I say things that are... Oh no. It's lagging. Fuck. God damn it. Why is it like this? In a second. Wait. Oh wait, no, it's 3 bars of Wi-Fi. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, is it back? Alright, wait, hold on. Sorry. I didn't even do anything. I just think that okay, it changed the router. Or something. How, is it behind? How delayed is it? Alright. I don't know. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go like this and then this. Alright, sorry. Okay, I got a dip. See ya, Femyoz. Goodbye, Hoopty Scoopty. And Puppy from the whole account, don't watch. Okay. Where is, okay. What do you want for Christmas this year? I have no idea. I want 1 million subscribers for Christmas. That's right, everybody. That'd be awesome. Unironically, that would be the best Christmas gift of all time. Is being famous for Christmas. So my channel just, like, blows up on Christmas Day. That'd be sick. Or, like, on Christmas Eve, like, after I've gone to sleep. And I wake up to, like, having 1 million subscribers. That would be sick. You know what? If Santa Claus was real, that's what I would ask for this year. Or maybe he is real. You never know. There's a non-zero chance. Non-zero chance. Alright. We have more video to watch, I think. Alright, let me know if it lags or anything like that. And I'll do what I can. there's only so much I can do, of course. You are a chronically online person, so it is expected you want well, yeah, obviously. No, I hate when people subscribe to the channel and watch all my videos. That's the worst. Like, what? Yeah, what do you fucking expect? Yeah, obviously. It's almost like I would like to be able to do this as a career one day, you know? Now, I'm not saying that's a guaranteed outcome, but it sure as hell would be nice. That's all I'm saying.
That bad if you consider all the facts. I'm just going to take accountability, thank you, and own up to a really, really huge fucking mistake that I've made. I'm not going to call that a mistake, personally, because
yeah, this is literally the same thing that I said, so W.
you have a history of doing that, and it has been documented previously.
Feminist, don't you want to be with your family? Nope, subs, am I right? Wait, you think that having a high subscriber count and having a family are mutually exclusive? Like, what? Like, you can be with your family and have a career on YouTube. Like, this is a strange piece of criticism. I don't know.
A few months back,
Also, why do you presuppose that every family is functional? That's like a weird thing. Wow, we called you father. Oh, yeah, I guess I could see that being...
A few months back, sorry, a fan of the game DM'd me and...
I mean, let's say my father hypothetically did leave to get the milk. I mean, I wouldn't want him back anyway. I'm just saying.
wanted to chat. I normally just turn fans away and tell them I'm busy, but in this case, the fan seemed really fun and interesting, so I agreed to talk. After around 2 months, I agreed to...
Yeah, the really interesting 9-year-old. I'm sure the 9-year-old had a lot of interesting things to say. This is insane. I wonder why... Wait, you realize that when Hoopty Scoopty calls me retardioz, he's doing it as a joke, right? He's not, like, a hater. It's like, why do you take this shit so seriously? Bro, giving bulls all that... Well, okay, I mean, to be fair, it's like, okay. Sometimes I see where he's coming from. You know what I mean? Even though I disagree, I understand his perspective, right? Again, if you watch commentary YouTubers talk about me, and that's your first impression of me, you're probably not going to like me very much, right? Because you've heard their side first. That's your first impression of me. First impressions are important. All I hear is coping. No, I don't think so. If I was really coping, I would have just, ones who want iDubbbz to be an edgelord are actually secretly fatherless. Look, I mean, I do miss edgy iDubbbz, I'm not gonna lie, so that explains a lot.
do a voice chat with her. Right off the bat, she let me know she was 16. At the time, I didn't even perceive this as a problem. What do I care what her age is? She's just a funny fan of the game who wants to talk to me. This is no big deal. I rationalized to myself that it was fine. That was big mistake number 1. More to follow.
So basically, let me take accountability, except let me just, like, try to make it... Let me do everything in my power to actually just... Oh god. You know what? Let's continue. I'm being a pause, Andy.
We talked for a while, and eventually I started to feel really comfortable speaking to her. I started talking to her the
Cutie-yos, beautiful-yos, awesome tuber-yos, hell yeah. Nifty narfy, spitting straight facts. Ironically, no one calls him. No, I've gotten cutie-yos a few times. But okay.
Same way I would speak to any of my other friends. She was one of the guys. I made the same types of vulgar jokes that I would make voice chatting with my other friends. This was an absolutely unacceptable mistake. No grown-up should ever use adult language or make adult jokes in the presence of a minor. Just because I felt really comfortable speaking to her, that doesn't make it okay. That's no
Yeah, oh god.
excuse, not in the slightest. Perfect! That's perfect. It could have stopped there, but no, he does keep going. He does keep over-explaining. Occasionally, she would say...
Yeah, this seems less like the dude is trying to weasel out, and more like, I don't know, he's trying to... He's not trying to... Or, sorry, it doesn't sound like he's trying to take accountability for what he did. It sounds like he's trying to weasel his way out of the accusations while pretending that he's actually taking accountability. Being like, oh yeah, you know, what I did was fucked up. Here's me trying to make myself look as good as possible. Man, it feels like I actually hit a nerve with... Wait, what? I don't think you hit a nerve. When did you hit a nerve? I'm confused. If there was something about my demeanor that seemed that way or something, that was never my intent. At least I feel calm, so I don't... But I'm sorry if it came across that way, I don't know.
Say something flirty towards me. Most of the time I would shut it down immediately and refuse to reciprocate. However, there were times where I didn't shut it down and let her talk to me like that without stopping her. Obviously, it goes without saying that this was absolutely not fucking okay. This was the point in time where I should have instantly disengaged and ended all contact with her. Any interaction between an adult and a minor, it's the adult's responsibility to put an immediate stop to any inappropriate behavior.
Weasel is right out of the problem. What a coincidence. That is what you did when you doxed a child. See, I knew you were gonna say this, and ultimately my response to that is no. Not really. By explaining what happened accurately, I think that's a lot different. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that, okay, if I'm... And it's like, I've even gone as far as, like, I've said, like, a billion times, I don't know if this technically is or isn't doxing, but at the end of the day, I think it's morally on par with it, right? Like, there are people that have, you know, that actually disagreed with me on that, and are like, well, they leaked their own face, and I'm like, well, no, I think what I did was really shitty, right? They did not deserve that level of cruelty, right? I've said that, and I've apologized to them in private as well, and frankly, I just think that, you know, I think that I've handled that situation a lot, and keep in mind, that's a lot different from talking to a fucking child, and letting them talk to you sexually, if nothing else, for years. It's like, okay, that's a lot different. No, not really. Well, I followed the no, not really up with a counter argument, so. I called Femyoz father? Wait, oh. Anyways, you look like you want to cry. Yeah, maybe I do. What if I cry? I don't think I look like I want to cry. I don't know. I will say that I'm more likely to cry now that I'm on HRT. Alright, so maybe that's an accurate stereotype. That women cry more. I mean, well, it is, but like, I wonder if it's like a hormonal thing. It's like, yeah, I do want to fucking cry more often. But you know what? It feels good to cry. Sometimes, you know? It's like, even if I don't have a good reason to, it's like, if I'm by myself, it's like, why the fuck not? Right? Release all my emotions. It's like, I don't have a reason to, but fuck it. Who cares? No one will even notice. Natty talked to a child. Okay, for the 527 trillionth time, she did not know that it was a child while she was talking to them. Like, again, I don't understand why this is difficult to understand. Like, I think that there's a difference. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying that she was innocent, right? She's like, okay, that's still fucked. You should check the age. Like, you're an actual moron if you don't, right? But people aren't saying Natty is a moron who needs to get, you know, they're not just saying she's a moron, that maybe she needs to leave the internet for a year, or that. That's, like, my position. I think she needs to leave the internet for a while. Because I think it's fucked with her, right? But there are people that will say that she is a pedophile, and that's where I have a problem. You can criticize someone without labeling them as something that they are not, right? Do you prefer original milk or chocolate milk? Chocolate milk, easily, is superior. I will not drink regular milk. No, gross. I can't. No, I don't know. Is that an unpopular opinion? I feel like it's more popular than you would intuitively think. Yeah, I'm glad. Okay, I will say I'm glad that you're not like trying to shit on Baby Pine or whatever, because like obviously they're not. like, it's one thing to, you know, talk shit about me, but as long as you acknowledge, okay, she's not, you know, a drama-oriented attention whore, right? So, okay, fair enough. Who drinks raw milk? Okay, so that's not just me. I just hide the troll. I mean, I don't think he's doing this to try to troll. I think he genuinely believes what he's saying. I don't know. Like, okay, he obviously does not like me, which is fine. You don't have to like me, right? But I do think it's interesting. Because, like, that's the thing, right? Is it's always good to understand the other perspective, right? Even if you disagree with it, right? Even if it seems like an insane perspective at first, right? It's always good to take it into consideration, make a counter-argument, ask questions, etc., right? Like, I'd rather engage in good faith, right? That's what I try to do, at least. Natty accepted all of this. All of what? Did she say that did she admit to being a pedophile? I don't think she did. In fact, it's like, I don't get what did she admit to specifically that I am not willing to acknowledge? Baby Pine doesn't deserve to be hated, you do? Well, I agree that she doesn't deserve to be hated. Do I? I don't know. I don't know what I deserve. It's hard to say. I'm kind of just hanging out. Yeah, that's valid. Right? Like, okay, I accept that, okay, when I do what I do, I'm going to get into drama, right? That's sort of, I don't want to say it's the point, right? I'm trying to move away from that a little bit, but I understand if whatever, you don't like me because whatever reason, whatever controversial shit surrounds my name. I get that, right? That's fair. You don't have to like me. You can think that I'm a bad person or whatever you want, right? I'm not stopping you, right? But I will, you know, if you give your perspective and I, you know, it's like, whatever. Maybe I don't think that it's, you know, a good reflection of my character, or maybe I disagree with it, or maybe I think it lacks nuance. I'm gonna respond to it, right? Like, to the best of my ability, right? Like, I'm not, like, sure, I have my moments where I'm unreasonable, but usually I'm fairly reasonable. It's funny how you say you need to consider... Oh my fucking god! Okay, maybe you are trying to be stupid. Okay, I'm sorry. I want to assume you're here in good faith. That this is genuinely your belief system. But... Oh, where was I? Again, you realize that I've already disavowed that, right? Like, what? I just don't understand why you think that, oh yeah, so if you do a bad thing one time, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, what I did was pretty bad. Like, it was fucked up, I guess you could say. That doesn't automatically mean that you are permanently a bad person who is not subject to change ever, right? That's sort of where I disagree. I think that's where the disagreement is. I don't disagree that what I did was wrong, right? That was never a point of contention that I had, right? Like, I've acknowledged it like a billion times, and you've seen me acknowledge it a billion times as bad. I will say that, okay, I do, and keep in mind that, like, okay, I'm trying not to be super contrarian, right? That's my regular, I guess, predisposition. Femyoz Bulls doesn't criticize you? I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, maybe. If they start repeating the same things that I've already addressed, then I'm probably gonna not engage, because I feel like I've already answered all of the questions that may have been had. We are all irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. That is true. How do you want me to not... Wait, what? When did I contradict myself? You do realize that you can do something bad, and then change your mind and realize that it was a bad thing, and then disavow it, and then say it's bad when other people do it. That's not hypocrisy. It would be hypocrisy if I said, oh, it was good when I did it, but other people are bad for doing it. Wait, hold on. Threatening to do something is not the same as actually doing that thing. Like, for the 5 trillionth, for the 900 quadrillionth time at this point, all right? I said it before, and I'll say it one more time, okay? No, I'm not going to apologize to somebody that threatened to get my channel terminated. It's like, so when they make an empty threat, it's fine, but if I do it back, that's suddenly, like, off limits? Like, what? I don't know, that seems really illogical, right? Like, whatever, they made an empty threat, I made an empty threat back. That is not doxing, alright? Even if I had the means to, which I don't. I'm not some genius mastermind doxer who's able to find all this crazy information, okay? Somebody else leaked their own face. And then I splurt it and then unblurred it out of spite later, right? That's not me being some genius, crazy, technically sufficient. You get what I mean, right? Like, it's not like I have the tool set or just to do it even if I wanted to. And even if I did have that, I wouldn't want to, right? Again, threatening to do something as, like, an empty threat, because, okay, they're making a threat to sound scary, so I'm gonna say something that sounds scary back. It's like, fuck around, find out kind of thing, but it's, like, not really, right? Wait, threatening is not the same as doxing. You said that I'm a hypocrite because I did the same thing again, but I didn't, right? Threatening to do something as an empty threat against somebody that made an empty threat against you is not the same thing as actually doing whatever you threaten, right? It's like, okay, if somebody says, I'm gonna kill you, and then I say, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna kill you and your family, it's like, okay, well, that's a lot different from actually threatening to kill somebody's family, and then not only that, but going on and doing that. Robin, you just tuned in. You, like, I know that, Robin, you're here in bad faith already, right off the bat. Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, the fact that you say, mate, you lost without even watching anything, yeah, I don't know. I'm more inclined to believe that Bulls is here in good faith than you are, Robin. Like, you just say dumb shit for the sake of saying dumb shit to be annoying. We're comparing someone's like, okay, but the fact of the matter is, right? No, wait, hold on. First of all, the threat wasn't to demonetize my channel. He threatened to get my entire channel taken down, which is an insane thing to say. So I said something insane back. That was the point. Oh, and also, okay, so wait, hold on. So it's not an empty threat because somebody accidentally leaked their face on one of my streams before, and then I blurred it, and then unblurred it out of spite once they nuked a server. Like, what the, like, I just don't understand, like, how that would be, like, it's not like I would have any information on the dude anyway. And it's not, like, obviously he knows this, I would assume at least. I don't think he was, you know, threatening still. Wait, you can say that something, okay, first of all, it depends on what the threat is, who you're threatening, and what the context in which you are threatening them, right? So if somebody threatens me first and I threaten them back, that's a lot different from just flat out threatening somebody. Wait, like, you're treating it like it's the same thing as actually doxing, which is insane. It's like, no, it's not, right? I don't know. We are so off topic, true. Alright, you know what? I'm probably gonna end stream soon. I will leave a link to the video that we were watching in chat. So feel free to go watch that once I end stream. It's on screen right now. We were 10 minutes and 19 seconds in, for those of you that were watching the whole time. If not, watch the entire thing. So, I will put that in chat. Alright. And yeah. And then I guess I will, yeah. Sorry. I had to do that. To make sure everybody sees it. Anyways. Where was I going with this? Oh, man. Sorry. Goodbye. Don't end yet. Well, I gotta end at some point. And, I also want to edit a video I'm doing on, the Ricks. They threatened to take me on my channel. Yeah. I just don't see... Like, again, the only reason I wouldn't do it... Only reason I wouldn't do it, again, is because of optics. I just, like, that's the only reason I would care. It's like, okay, realistically, if somebody threatens me first, I don't care. right? It's like, okay, somebody's threatening to get me censored. Like, it's like, whatever. Who fucking cares? I don't know. I don't see it as a, I don't see it as a real issue, if I'm gonna be totally honest. We didn't even make it through. I'm sorry. I will see you in my comments, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I did link the video, like, 1 trillion times so that people go watch it. I mean, if I watch the entire thing, who's gonna go watch it after the fact? But I guess you guys will have to, you know, click on it yourself to find out. Anyway, hypocrite. Yeah, there's no hypocrisy, but okay. Anyways. I don't know. I don't think at any point I've said that there's anything wrong with threatening somebody who threatened you first, but it's whatever. I've never made a moral argument or proposition about that, so. Alright, goodbye everybody. I will see you all in the next one. Let me make sure. Hold on. I need to, like. Yeah, hold on. This is the part where I visually cue myself, so I know when to end stream. Alright, yeah, smash like, everybody, if you enjoyed. Yeah, it's not behind, so I'll do an outro. And hey, thank you, Felix, for the $1. Let's talk on Discord after your stream. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. And, also, sure, I guess. We could do that. Femyoz is gonna private the stream again? No, I'm not. There's nothing I said that was potentially TOS. Femyoz can buy the chips again? True. I'll buy a 3rd bag. Yeah, anyways, oh, man. Oh, God, my Streamlabs is lagging. That's weird. Or it's glitching out. Okay, well, I don't think it's affecting the stream. Anyways, if you enjoyed this, make sure to let me know by leaving a like. If you want to see more content like this, maybe even catch me live, you enjoy this kind of stuff, make sure to subscribe with notifications on, so that you can see it live if you want, you know? It's like the same thing, but live. It's crazy, I know, and for those of you that are watching it live, feel free to subscribe if you want to see more streams like this. Anyways, I will see you all in the next one. Oh, one more thing. I did a video, or sorry, a stream about Lil Tay. Was it yesterday or the day before? Something like that. Second most recent stream, the one before this one. And, I reacted to a lyrics video. And, I'm probably gonna make that into its own separate video. Because, he made a lot of dog shit arguments. And I made some good arguments in response to his dog shit ones. So yeah, goodbye everybody. And, I will see you all in the next one. Alright, actually, when I send the link, click on it, alright? I see you. Leave a like and then... Oh, wait, no, I didn't... Oh, wait, I didn't... Oh, God. No, stop. Okay, wait, hold on. How many dislikes you got? I have no idea, and I don't care enough to check. Just get the Chrome extension. I don't fucking... If it's that important to you. Your arguments suck. Well, you didn't provide any counter-arguments, so they must not be that bad. Anyways, goodbye.